I vie to be part of one of the moderators of the Cruise.
His audio is cut
Yeah,
in
let me
and out.
play with your mic settings here on your. Hold on.
Yeah.
Somebody sounds like they're underwater.
Hold on. Just hold on, Chuck. I got this.
Okay,
It's my
I'm
job.
sorry.
It's my job to handle that shit. Let me handle it. All right.
Chuck is just brutal today.
Hey, can you hear me?
Mr. Rules.
It's Rayless actually, but you know.
Rayless. My
Close
apologies.
enough. So I am.
So you're his coach?
I am Andrew Wilson's coach as far as like his diet and stuff. I've done his diet and training and stuff, and I've also done Rachel's diet and all that stuff.
Well, it's not working.
Definitely, I was going to say Rachel looks great. I saw her. Well, we were hanging out at the debate con. She looks amazing. So whatever you're doing for her is amazing.
Well, I've helped and assisted for sure. Especially when somebody worked on her before, I then took over. They ended up having a conflict of interest. I'm not going to delve too far into that, but
no.
Glad to be one of the debate moderators for the Crucible as well too. So there's that.
You're say that one more time. Oh, let me ask you this: are you using like a laptop microphone, or do you have a mic plugged in? Okay, go down. Do you see
the audio is bad?
Oh, Chuck, let me handle it, Chuck. Okay, go down to your. Let's do this. Go down to your settings button at the bottom. It's at the bottom of your screen. It says settings. It's got a little gear.
I'm doing that right now.
All right, and then it should say audio. And on the audio button, there should be like, if you click it, it should give you some options. Make sure it says whatever microphone you're using.
Make sure you select output, and then your audio.
Yeah, it should
actually I can definitely do that.
Mic, and it might be like desktop microphone. The one thing you don't want is probably like the Realtek audio, because that's going to be your laptop. You want to go outside of that.
Okay, well, I'm going to plug this in and try again.
Fair enough.
Look at Sarah playing IT. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, you are my hero there. And ladies and gentlemen, send a bunch of tomatoes in chat for Neo, because I'm going to give a shout out to LFA, because LFA was the one who linked me with all of the gear I needed to start. Okay. But, and LFA kind of like tried to talk me through everything, but Neo actually got on the screen with me, got on the cam, made sure everything sounded right, was operating right. And I had some issues a little later on that he was willing to hop on and talk me through on that. We were running through all sorts of plug this, try this, do this, because something wasn't working and I didn't know why. And Neo has spent a lot of time helping me, especially in the tech world of things. So tomatoes to Neo as well. We love you. I'm very grateful. You are the one and only who has my actual heart. Everybody else only has my face, but you have my heart.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
You're
That's
welcome.
So I'm getting cavities all over again.
But
my camera's bouncing around. What's up with that? I gotta take a look at it. I recorded a podcast earlier and I was editing it, so my setup's a little like finicky and messed up right now, so I had to like readjust everything.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, Neo is probably one of our more quiet supporters. He's always here, always listening, always tuned in, always helping me on the back end quietly. I'm calling you out now. But he's always observing everything and making sure that I'm doing what I need to do. So shout out to Neo. Most of you don't know him unless you happen to have the honorary privilege of watching him every once on a blue moon when he finally pops on the fucking panel.
Hey, listen, lady, I had a free moment, okay, and I decided to hop on. I'm not busy tonight. I will be in a little while, but for now, I wanted to show support. Say what up and all that good stuff.
He's
So,
a busy
Neo,
man.
Gatorade is bad for the soul. What up, Taper?
I was going to ask, what are your plans for your channel? I haven't really heard very much from you lately.
That's because you don't look at my content. That's why.
Oh,
You know, if you did, then you'd. No, just podcasting. I recorded a podcast earlier, and I'm editing it right now. So I just got some like new studio lights that I'm messing with, and you know, just I don't have much free time. You know, I work a lot for a living, and you know, I'm in a relationship that I have to, you know, nourish, and you know, I just work a lot, so I'm pretty busy. So I don't have as much time to produce content as I would like to, but that is going to change soon, very, very soon.
good to hear. You know, I guess I was expecting your channel to sort of like, I thought it was going to be a live stream sensation like Sarah's, but
no, I'm not. You know what? I realized a while ago I'm not much of a live streamer. I like doing it once in a while, popping on panels, but I would much rather prefer just do like my recorded content. You know?
Yeah. No,
we all hop in here and chat with everybody.
We're all different types of.
I like Neo. Neo is the man that I would send young men to for good, solid advice. It's great work. It's great advice. It's great content, and it's easy listening. You do have a nice voice, and you make your videos very well. You put a lot of effort into it, and it always comes with a good message and from a good place, you know. And I think that's the key to Neo is always good intentions coming from him. Like he wants to help and help people do better. And shout out to Austin.
I appreciate you saying that. Laura thinks I'm hot. Thanks.
Yeah,
I think you're amazing. Oh, see, Laura thinks you're hot. Austin using his membership to say much love to the kingdom of Talcadia. Mr. Jack, how have you been? We don't get to see you a whole lot here.
No, but it's Saturday night. This is what my life has become. I'm honored to be here with you to celebrate another milestone on your growth. Congrats to you, Sarah.
Oh, and thank you, Jack.
Thanks for hosting.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it when like I said at the very beginning of this, once we open up that panel, you never know who's going to pop on. You know, it could be anyone from left, right, center, up, down, over, and around. And I think that's kind of like the glory moment of all of it. She's got it. She's working on it. She's there. She's with us. The beauty herself. All right. I think Mr. How did he say it? Relez. I think he's situated. Are you situated, Marte? Maybe not. All right. He's working on it. We'll leave him there for now.
He'll get to it. He'll get it eventually.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna go tinkle. It's been an hour mark for me. Always at the hour mark.
Leave the mic on.
I know. Flow state. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself. Have a good time.
Whee!
What's up, people?
Chillax.
Welcome.
This is awkward.
Enjoy. How's it awkward? No, it's not.
I was just Neil, you remember we had that live stream about a year ago? Do you remember?
We did. I remember. We were talking about bullying, I believe.
I know. I thought you would be a good representative on the topic.
Yeah, you know, I ended up doing an episode about that actually, about just bullying in general. Because, you know, it happens to like a lot of young men and women alike. Everybody gets bullied in one way or another, whether it be in like the corporate world or, you know, school. Kids are very cruel as well. And, you know, just, you know, maybe your own family's bullying you. There's a plethora of people in this world that will come for your throat for whatever reason. Some people won't like you just because you exist, even though you did nothing to them. And, you know, it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, you have to deal with.
Yeah, you know, I mean, bullying happens here a lot on YouTube, especially here in the Tomato Chat, you know, where the philosophy is fuck your feelings. So what would you have to say to the chat here in regards to bullying?
Well, I mean, Sarah's channel is a debate channel primarily, right? So you kind of have to leave your feelings at the door at the end of the day. Even if somebody says something about you, if you're going to be extremely emotional about it, then, you know, you just shouldn't be on the internet, period. And you know, I'm not saying that towards you specifically. I mean towards anyone that gets easily offended because, yeah, we all got feelings. Yeah, sure. But there's a time and a place for everything.
No, we don't.
You get upset about something that happened to you. What was that? If
I
something
said
happens,
no, we don't. We don't all have feelings.
that's not true, Sarah. I've seen you cry like 10 times. Okay.
Yeah, she's had her moments. Come on, Sarah.
Fuck your
It's
feelings.
real easy to have a
No,
tough
but
show.
think of
you
it like
know?
this, right? If you're at a job,
Tough
if you're at a
show.
job, right?
We
You're
all
not
have
going
to.
to blurt out all your feelings at your workplace. You're going to kind of leave that at the door and get to work. And then afterwards, when you get out, if you feel like you want a good cry, then do what you got to do. That's life. That's reality. But in this channel, it's a debate channel primarily. So
Hey, Sarah, testing 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you still sound like you're fishbowling. Is it?
I
Did you?
fixed that.
Where is your mic?
So Mike is more in front of me right now.
That's a little bit better. But
Yeah.
your audio settings, did you click that and is it feeding into that mic?
Yeah, it's feeding into this mic right now. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now. So
Why, Neil, why does he sound so like he's far away?
that's
from
because your mic is not connected. Or you know what? Maybe on Streamlab, you probably have to change the audio option on StreamYard.
you know what? I may go to Streamlabs and just try to change it there. That'll probably fix it right there.
Yeah, go to your
Are you-
StreamYard settings. All right, you see where it says settings on the bottom center of the screen, that little cogwheel? If you
Yeah,
click
Neo.
on that, go to audio, and then from there on your mic, check and see if you have a mic that displays there. Because you're using your desktop mic right now, or rather your webcam mic.
Well, speaking of bullies, I'm going to be interviewing They Killed Earl. And we're gonna talk about,
you're talking about
bully.
Fatty. Oh, that should be interesting. I'll be interested in. When are you guys doing that?
I think we're gonna do either tomorrow night or I'm still trying to get the final say so, but yeah,
Post the
I think
links.
it's tomorrow
post the
night
links.
because I'm tired of Fatty like bullying women and. So what do you think it is? So what do you think it is like this is? What do you think it is about us? And how do you think it is? If you think this is about us?
Laura, you can always ask a question. How do I stop crying so easily? Well, spend enough time on the internet and be told that you're nothing and have no value to offer to the world. And you'll develop very thick skin and you'll never cry ever again.
We also have a finite amount of tears that we run out of,
Yeah, you run out of tears to share with these people. Oh, there you are, Chuck. All right. Marte, did you figure it out?
No, I was trying to see if Neo can do some IT tech assistance. This is really
Where? Let me ask you
Whoa.
this. Let me ask you this. Where is your how is your mic plugged in? Is it USB or is it like through it's through a USB
right now.
Okay, so there's two things you have to do. If it's USB connected, are you on a PC or a Mac? PC. Okay. On the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you should see like a little sound icon. You see it there. Right-click on it, and then go to sound settings.
Okay.
And from sound settings, wait. Do you have Windows 11 or Windows 10?
Oh Lord, it depends on what version of Windows you have. Oh my God.
Okay, all right. In your sound settings, if you see your output device has to be the microphone. You got to select the microphone for your
Windows
output.
12 or Windows 15.
Yeah, audio is
You should see it. So there's two things. So if you see the mic there and you select it, after that,
Right,
on
microphone
StreamYard,
for sure. Oh, volume. Hold on. Let me. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you still sound like you're underwater.
follow his instruction. Keep going, Neo.
And if you see a paperclip that says, "How is everything going?" close that.
Go ahead, Neo.
Okay, so if you
I
have
think you should
selected
be able to hear me now.
what?
No, you still sound like you're in a fishbowl.
Okay, all
Hold
right.
on.
If you found and selected the mic, then the next thing you have to do is on StreamYard, you got to go to the little settings icon, and when you select it under audio, which has a picture of the mic next to it, it says mic and speaker. You can select the drop down menu for the mic, and make sure that your microphone appears there, because it has to appear on both.
Yes.
Should be for input.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So when you start your computer, do you see like a cow like pattern that says gateway?
A
Yes,
cow.
Input should be your initial settings, or like on the PC itself. I do IT for a living. It's funny because I feel like I'm working right now.
Yeah, you are.
Sarah will pay you. Don't worry
I'll
about
send you
it.
a cash app. Don't worry.
Now Sarah looks out for me. It's all good. Get her.
Whoa.
We'll see.
Bro, when you hit settings in StreamYard, you don't see like your mic. Click audio.
Hold on. We'll work through this with him. He's still a newbie. It's okay.
Sorry, I'm
It's gonna get clipped.
It's not. Well, hold on. I don't have any. This is not a debate night. It's not anything crazy going on. This is a chill stream. We support, and I believe you're a new content creator. We support content creators, new, big, small, whatever. We're gonna get this squared away.
Oh no, I was just trying to tell him if he hits the settings button and hits the mic thing, his mic might be on there already.
It's not. It's definitely not.
All right, unplug your mic. Right when you unplug your mic, give it 10 seconds before plugging it back in. That way, it has time to power cycle. And when you plug it in, let me know if you hear the chime. You should hear like a Windows chime.
Okay.
It should go ping, ding,
ding, ding, ding. Hi, Q-Tard.
We'll figure this out, man.
We're gonna do it together. We're in this together. I'm in it to win it
Look
now.
like you at the gym, so you can figure out this too. Trust me.
Technology is not all it's cracked up to be.
No, tech sucks, man. I hate it. I hate it. So
I
much.
love.
Amen.
I love being a millennial only.
All right, I'm back. Hopefully.
We're plug and play kind of people. We figured out. We had to learn how to figure it out on our own.
Well, Sarah, and that's the we taught. We walked you through it on an actual mixer, which is even harder.
I know.
If you're doing a USB, it's super
I actually have a mixer.
Is the mixer
Whoa.
plugged in?
It's terrible.
Was getting fully.
All right, everybody, shut up for a minute because he's kind of tapping out. Is your mixer plugged in too?
You mean this?
Yeah. Is that plugged in too?
That doesn't look like it's plugged in.
No,
It has been plugged in. That's why it's
I
like
took it
lit
out.
up.
All right.
Okay.
It's really simple. It's 3 settings. All right. You in your sound settings, you have input and output. Output is your regular computer audio, and input is your mic. So you have to make sure that you select the mic on input in your sound settings. Did you see the mic there physically? If you see the mic, you can select it there, right? And then once you select it, then on StreamYard, you have to do the same thing in the settings. I believe in you.
We got this.
You can
We're
do
gonna
this.
do it. We're gonna get him to. We're gonna get that mic to fucking work tonight.
I believe in myself too. Oh, shit.
I'm like literally
It's
showing him,
but
like,
this is why this is a sip and stream dump. It's okay. We can do this shit here. I support it.
You know what you should do actually?
I love it. I love it.
On your if you have your phone, you should just like get on the stream on your phone and then reverse the camera and show us how you're physically doing it.
Yes. Yeah. Or share screen. He could share screen as long as you don't have like your real name or something.
Can I show something real quick?
I might do that.
I just show my screen real quick.
Oh, hold on. Dee wants to share her screen.
Okay, see, you see this right here? If you hit settings, right? And then you hit audio,
This is crazy.
you're gonna see like different audio devices for your mic, right? So I'm using the Scarlett USB. So you just pick the one that's your mic is on. So if you are using a device, just pick the one that the device is on.
Yeah, do what she said.
Actually, you know what? That's a great idea. I don't know why we didn't think of this sooner. Sarah, can I share something?
Yes. Oh, Chuck dropped his damn phone. Chuck's all over the place.
Okay. I'm sharing this screen. So All right, I'm sharing that screen. Sarah, can you put it up?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to your sound settings, right here in your sound settings, your output should I have a mixer connected, so this is different. This you can leave as is.
Zoom in. Can you zoom in?
Yeah, hold on.
I could maybe make it. Maybe I can make it
Hey, Dan,
bigger.
can you check this out?
Okay, so here you see where it says
The
input.
big brain shit.
You see here where it says
bunga, bro.
here where it says input, you have to make sure that your microphone is connected.
Well, this is gonna be
System.
position.
Can see shit.
And once you see that your mic is connected, then you could do what DJ said with the StreamYard. It should be here, right here. Boom. If you don't know how to get here, again, if you right click on the sound icon and you go to sound settings, this is what'll pop up. And under system, you should see output, this should just be your regular computer speakers. And then input is where you select your microphone. Do you actually see the microphone?
I'm going right now to look, so I'm gonna go ahead and see it.
Do you want to share your screen and we can walk you through it
Yeah,
that way?
that's a great idea. Share your screen, because then we can help you like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Click present and then click all window. Or,
I
window.
love this.
This is community.
This is good. No, this really is, because
Okay.
I know Rachel said that Marte was a new upcoming. He wanted to start debating and stuff, and he was like just getting into it. But we all don't have the LFA and the Neo to help us out. So like, if we can do this on a fucking stream, we're gonna fucking do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna rock it out. So
hit
everybody,
present and then hit share screen and then hit window.
so I believe, yeah, at the bottom of your screen, Marte, there's a button that says present. And if you click present, it's going to say, if you follow that, there's an option that says share screen, and you're going to click share screen. And when you click that, you are probably actually going to want to click window, because we're going to want to see the full window so that we can help walk you through it. As long as you don't have like any doxing information or anything on there, you're going to want to do that and then go forward from there. It is, Chuck, but you know what? This is part of the Raging Tomato, is supporting other people, right? And this is the whole kit and caboodle, right? This is the final sip and stream. This is the final sip and stream. And if we can utilize the final sip and stream to help somebody technologically, we're gonna fucking do it.
Final, like this is the season finale or final?
This is the final one for a while.
Oh, okay.
For a while. And I've got more news to share, but we'll get there later.
Oh, for sure. Chuck wants blood.
So, Marte, listen up.
Yeah.
I want you at the bottom of your screen in StreamYard. It says present. I want you to click that button. Okay, and then it gives you a prompt, and there's a button that says share screen. Click share screen. And then from there, at the top of that little prompt,
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah. Let's do it.
There's a button that says window. We're going to click window, and then you're going to share whichever window has is your main window.
Okay.
I want you to click that button and then follow from there, and you're going to click your window screen. We got this. We're going to do it. Listen, shout out, send tomatoes in the chat for supporting other content creators and getting this shit figured out. We're going to fucking do it. I'm drunk. It doesn't matter anymore.
I'll be drunk for 1 hour.
We're going to get Mr. Marte all situated and figured out, and he's going to look like a professional by the end of this. And cheers to you, mama. Cheers to you. You and your little hiney.
My alcohol. Where's my alcohol?
Where's your White Claw?
I don't have. You know what? I got to get my whiskey on the rocks, but it's gonna have to be when I get to the bar. I'll sing for all of you. I'll keep you entertained in the meantime while Marte.
If I...
Fly me to the moon.
Here we
Let
go.
me play
Okay.
among.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna look like a professional by the end of this.
Oh wait, what do we?
All
got?
right, I'm muting the screen. Okay, now I don't know what you clicked, but did you click window?
Yeah, I clicked the window and then it said share screen.
Okay, but what now? Put us down.
Like yeah, just minimize.
Minimize us, and it should just be your screen window.
No, he picked like the YouTube. He didn't.
He
pick
might
the,
have
the
picked-
window.
Yeah,
All
he,
right.
he picked the tab. He didn't pick the window.
Okay, so all right, we're gonna follow this again. I want you to listen to everything I'm telling you, Marte. Okay. At the bottom of your screen, there's a present button. You're gonna click present. And then from there, it gives you a bunch of options. I want you to click share screen. From there, at the top, there's some options. It says Chrome tab, window, or entire screen. I want you to click window.
No, do entire screen.
Oh, yeah. Actually,
do
that's
entire
probably
screen.
better. Do
Yeah.
entire screen. All right. Now, I don't know if you have multiple screens, multiple monitors. I'm assuming you just have the one screen. So I'm assuming it's going to tell you screen one. I want you to click whatever that option is that shows your laptop screen. It's probably just screen one. We're keeping Laura entertained. Chuck in Tennessee with the Big Ten says, I'm just fooling around. I'm
getting so
sorry,
old, we
Sarah.
can't operate.
Hold on. While he's figuring out his screen, I'm going to share something to keep you guys entertained. Here you go, gentlemen.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Oh, wait. We got to take care of the ladies,
Hi,
too.
flat
See.
booty.
Ladies, this one's for you.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
All right. Okay, Marte.
Please
Now,
Don't know how to do
minimize.
this. Stream to your audience. For
Yes.
free, share.
So minimize
stop
the
screen,
StreamYard. Just minimize the StreamYard. Minimize it. That little minus button in the top right corner, hit that. We don't need that. We know StreamYard right now.
Like maybe not StreamYard, but minimize this YouTube. Like Chrome. Minimize Chrome.
Minimize your Chrome and everything.
I think he just has a tab selected because you would be able to see the very top as well if it was his whole screen.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Lord.
Marte. No, I'm still seeing the StreamYard on there. So listen.
Yes.
At the bottom, hit present. Then you're going to hit share
Yes.
screen.
There's present right here. I hit it.
Then hit share screen.
Okay.
And then
Share
at the
screen.
top of that, you have three options. You should have a Chrome tab. No.
Yep.
Hold on, stop. You're going too fast. Cancel that. Cancel that.
Okay. I'll cancel it right now.
Listen to what I'm saying. I want you to hit present and then hit share screen, and then it should pop up another prompt. And at the top of that prompt, if you look at the top, it'll say Chrome tab, window, or entire screen. It's at the very top. There's three options. I want you to select entire screen. It's at the very top of that prompt. And when you hit that, Then you want to hit share. I think he has a lag.
Show my screen. I'm gonna show him exactly what he needs to be doing.
This is what we want to. This is what we want to see.
So, oh shit, it won't let me do it. Okay, so, god dang it, it won't let me do it. All right, so you have to like hit present. See present right here, and you hit. Well, I have to stop the screen in order to like show. But you're gonna hit share screen, and then something's gonna pop up, and then it's gonna have like an option, and then on the right hand side, it's gonna say entire screen. It's gonna be a pop up. It's gonna pop up. Hit entire screen. Right, so.
We're gonna work through this slowly but surely.
I'm fired already from the technical support team.
No lie, this is just like my job, but it's a lot worse because it's just a phone.
I know. I think he has a lag because you can hear us in the background.
I think he has YouTube on the YouTube audio.
Marte.
Audio.
Oh no, I got it now. I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
Marte. Yeah. Close out. If you have YouTube on playing somewhere else, close it out right now.
Or just
you got it. It's closed out now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now go to the bottom of your screen and hit present. Stop there.
I hit present.
Wait, show my screen. I got it. Hold on. I got it right now. I got it.
Yeah.
Show my screen. All right. So. All right. So you can see this right here.
Yeah.
All right. So you hit present, share screen.
Yep.
You're gonna see right here entire screen.
Entire screen at the top right. You see that at the top?
Entire screen, and it's gonna hit this, then hit share. Entire screen share. You see that?
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. And
Share
then we're going to walk you through it.
Sip and stream. Share entire screen. Okay.
Entire screen. Yes. Amen.
Got it.
The Queen's got it. Thank God for you. I didn't know how else to show that.
Good job, DJ.
I hope I get a raise at technical.
I know. I was gonna say we lost 1,000 viewers, but it's okay because at the end of the day, we are harnessing something for you, and that's what matters. The chat's doing its own thing. They don't care. They honestly don't care. They're arguing with themselves. Okay.
Did you do it though? I'm still not seeing anything.
All right. Yeah. Present. I'm waiting for you to present. Share screen.
Not letting me share the entire screen. It's weird. I don't know why it's not allowing me to do it.
Lord.
Okay. All right.
You're gonna make me lose my bonus, bro.
Let's back it up then. Okay. All right. Let's back it up. Neo told you to go down to your bottom right hand corner, and there should be the little.
Sarah, I'll share. Hold on.
Speaker volume thing.
Give me 1 second. I'll share.
Oh, wait. I think he's got it. Oh, wait. Nope. That was closer. Whatever you were sharing was closer, significantly closer.
Neo. That wasn't him.
No, I haven't
shared it. That was Marte. But we were getting somewhere.
Okay, look. Let me just present my screen, and I'll just do the whole guiding. So, okay, here we go. So, Sarah, just put this up.
Don't tell me what to do.
Now, woman. Okay.
Don't tell me what to do.
Okay.
All right. So right here, you see the bottom right hand. By the way, I'm a nerd, so you're gonna see a bunch of video games here.
Awesome. You're good.
Okay. So you see here on the bottom right, you see where my cursor is?
Yeah.
All right. If you right click on it, right, you should see an option that says sound settings.
Okay.
You see it?
I do now. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Now, when you click on that, that's going to bring up this window. Now,
I got
this is automatically going to bring you to your sound settings. So from here, output, you're going to see like, this is going to be whatever you're listening to from your laptop. So if you have like a headset on or whatever, you can ignore this. This one you could ignore. The one that says input, this is the one you want to focus on. So do you see your microphone? What's your microphone called?
Oh, it's called the, hold on real quick. Let me find it real quick. I see the input device and all the other stuff on here too. It's called the Meet. Doesn't even show it's plugged in. It's not.
You don't see it at all.
Do you try to plug it directly into your computer to the device?
Yeah.
Do you plug it directly to the computer?
Yeah. If you plug it in, you should see it
directly into the computer.
All right. Now, did it pop up once you did that?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So if you see it, then just select that. Select the microphone that you see there.
Okay.
And once you do it, you can click out of this, right? Now, as soon as you click out of this, you're gonna go to StreamYard, and right here where it says settings, you're gonna go to audio, and then where it says mic, this is where you're gonna select the microphone that you're using.
Which should be that microphone's name.
Yeah.
You got it.
Now move the mic closer to you.
Okay, now it's
yeah. Oh, yes!
Now turn it up. Turn it up.
Okay.
Wait,
all right.
Amen. Holy shit, we got it.
Okay.
Now you gotta turn it up. You gotta like turn the volume up.
Now, so now I can adjust his.
Okay, good stuff. Now we're finally doing something. This is crazy. I feel like a toddler with a microphone and keyboard right now. So I appreciate it, man.
Move your mic to you so you don't have to like sit retarded forward. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Also,
Praise
wait.
Jesus,
One more thing.
We got
One more thing.
Okay.
I think you're using a cardioid pattern microphone. If you are, you have to talk on the side of the mic, not directly on top of it.
Oh, so how does this work? A little bit better?
Much better.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Good. Finally,
right.
I'm with the functioning human beings of society right now. This
Tomatoes in the chat.
Good stuff,
We
man.
got
You should
it.
all subscribe to me.
It only took 30 minutes.
You know what, Neo? I'm going to actually
we
subscribe
got
it for this. This is pretty awesome. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Wrenches, please drop Neo's channel in the chat. Neo Starling.
Subscribe after that. I appreciate your patience and tolerance. Most of all, this is
that's what we're here for, though.
I literally do this for a living, so I'm glad that we got to figure it out.
awesome
We
with the
went
tech support
through it.
over here. It's good stuff for the clutch.
Neo, I think you need to develop an accent.
An accent?
Yes.
What kind of accent would you like to present to me? I can speak in many different ways. How would you like to present?
Excellent.
I say, this is a strange stream that I walked into. Don't you agree? There we go.
So Rachel had messaged you on behalf of me to go ahead and operate to try to find an avenue of debating for me, because I've been wrecking attorneys and lawyers on threads and stuff just for fun. And then now when I want to go ahead and get into the tech world of doing this, I'm from the professional athletic world and doing this. Previously, just a little input on me. I've done Rachel's diet and then Andrew's diet. I wasn't trying to get him to stop smoking. I wanted to more or less get him off of, the drinking and stuff. So, I mean, they're family to me, so they're amazing. They can do no wrong. I mean, it's pretty
well. Whatever you've done for Rachel, she looks beautiful. I will stop
Rachel's,
there.
She's a hard worker. She's had a powerlifting past and everything else like this, so it's easy to work with people that want to concede and help be open to working with your plan and everything else. But in terms of connecting with you, Sarah, one of the main things I wanted to do is branch off and get into debate and put the same effort and energy into contending with some of these fools online and some of their ideology that's really idiotic, actually. I've literally come up with debates myself, topics that are pretty contentious myself that I'd like to bring on board and seeing where this goes. So, yeah.
Do you hear those as voices in your head?
I'm not. That was a serious question. You said you make up debates in your head. I'm like, do you make voices for the opposition?
I do. So a lot of the times when I come up with things, I have to come up with debates that people, like questions that people don't want to come up with in society, as far as like, is the whole transformer thing possible in bodybuilding? Well, I'd argue to say that it's already a thing because females are already using testosterone. They have meow enlargement, deepened voices, and facial hair, and all this other stuff. It's already happening. We were the experimental playing ground of this. So when people talk about transformers, we've been doing this. So that's a debate topic right there. Nobody's talking.
Are you a transformer?
No, I'm a.
Oh, okay.
That's not the right question.
It sounds like he's very opposed to it.
Does it matter at 2 a.m. on a bus station bathroom?
I don't know. That's
Hey Jack, I didn't see you over there. My bad. How you doing, bud? Neo Starling, good to see you.
Well, there's plenty of debate topics you can come up with that are pretty heinous that people don't talk about. Squatch, I see it.
Squatch.
Yeah, I mean,
Squatch works.
We have a lot of contentious debate topics, I think, especially in the prowl of things. And we touch on a lot of very delicate topics, such as the transformer thing, so on and so forth. And it's all in the mix there. I'm totally open to it. But when Rachel sent me your stuff and she said, hey, you should check out such and such, blah, 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 blah. He wants to start getting into debates. And my response was exactly like, he needs to come jump on open panels. Yeah. Like you have to audition for this shit.
I don't mind doing that. I don't mind working my way up because I've done this as an amateur into the pro ranks and doing this with other avenues of society. I mean, and I think that's a correct way to doing this. When you put in a resume, people have to look at your past and look into what your track record. You need references before you do anything. And I totally agree with you. I'm on your side on this. And I do agree. People have to work their way up in a fight club. I mean, if you look at Bloodsport back in the day, people had to work their way up in this fictional kumite, right? So if we think about it, it's the same thing. People are getting into adversarial settings, and you definitely have to prove your worth. I just did a challenge with somebody on Modern Day Debate, but he wouldn't even host the other guy because he didn't even have enough followers. He said, I have quasi fame and I have a pretty decent following. Yeah, so you need to be able to even have enough followers for him to even host it. James turned it down right off the bat, but Andrew was like, I'll fucking host it. I don't care.
I'll pick it up. I would pick it up. I would pick it up. All I'm saying is that, if you bring something to me, Noelle, hold on, everybody, hold on for just a second. Noelle, I see you backstage. I see you there, honey. But I also saw you on Chaotic Truth showing your tits on screen, and we're not going to have that. We're not going to put up with that shit here. That is absolutely no go. I see you laughing. You think it's funny, but I think it's not, because this is where this is a dependency. This is a supplemental income. It's not funny. It's not funny. I see you back there. You think it's fucking hilarious. I think you're retarded in that nature. Like, that is stupid. You don't do that shit. That is foul play, bad behavior. You don't do it. Bad.
100%.
Bad, Noelle. You don't do that shit. You are fucking with people's incomes. You could tarnish their channels. You could ruin their channels. That is absolutely bad faith, shitty behavior. You don't show your tits. Bad on you, Noelle. So I'm going to tell you, no, you're officially banned from this channel because I saw that behavior and it's not okay. Fuck that shit and goodbye. Have a good night. Yeah, you laugh all the fucking
I agree.
want.
It's another form of deplatforming, and I mean, I wouldn't allow it.
Can you do that while staring at me and twisting your high heels harder?
You want me to dig in that platform a little more into your throat?
I'm just saying, I was almost there.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, I won't turn shit down. If people bring something to me and say, I want to debate this person, I'm going to go check out your stuff and see and make sure at least you have something. Now, if you are two smaller channels, I may say, hey, I'd like to turn this into a 2v2, bring somebody else, right?
Yes.
Hold on. You are being blessed by the Hormaxer. We love the Hormax,
Hi,
sir.
Sarah. Hi.
I love it when he shows up.
Oh, thank you. That's very
Hello.
wonderful of you.
How
I'm waiting
are
for you to sit on my
you?
face. It'd be better if you sit on my face tonight.
I'm
It's
sure
always
you
good.
would be.
But-
But how
but
are
I
you
actually-
tonight?
Good
Well,
Lord.
I had a question for, is it Marte? Because
Mr. Marte.
yeah,
Yes.
he says IFBB. So I wanted to ask him his opinion on TRT because I think there's a lot
Wait,
of
what
low-key-
does IFBB mean?
So it's the organization and the league that Arnold Schwarzenegger started. It's the International Federation of Bodybuilding. I actually turned pro in 2 professional sports. I turned pro in Super League, which is a offset of World Strongman. I beat a world record holder doing that, and then I turned pro as one of the professional bodybuilders in the league that Arnold Schwarzenegger started. I'm actually going to try to qualify for the Olympia this year and do professional debates as well too. So, yeah, I'm juggling.
See, now
a lot.
that's
I know
something
about
there.
the Mr. Olympia. I know
something
about Sean
productive.
Ray.
That
Sean
is a
Ray.
productive person. For once, Sarah, you have
Lex
a productive.
Wheeler, all them guys.
See, Marte, what they have here is rotters and darks, and they're about 100-pound punks that can't even press a gallon of milk. Now, I would like to know what your opinion of gear is, because I like to get juicy. I'm not a bodybuilder, but I love the feeling of gear. I love shooting tests in my tuchus. I want to take 3 grams. Next week, I'm going 3 grams because I love how I feel on it, Marte. I love how I feel. I'm not just doing
You're
it for
sick.
Insanity.
You're sick.
Yeah, I don't know. What's your opinion on TRT?
It sounds like insanity to me because, first of all, I don't see PhD behind your name. So, therefore, you're going to go ahead and offer me to talk and entertain you about a prescription or something like that.
I'm a
that's out of
doctor.
my
I'm a
jurisdiction.
doctor. I'm a doctor of love. Sarah knows all like she would like Troy. What's her name over there? She looks like
We've seen your love motion.
Yeah, but okay, but why do you have to be a doctor to talk about TRT? I mean, it's legal in Mexico, it's legal in Thailand. They want to keep men low T and high estrogen.
Not necessarily to talk about it, but for me to offer any prescription is good. I can offer.
Well, no, not a prescription. For me, though.
Yeah.
Like if I wanted to say theoretically, let's say theoretically, I wanted to go get juicy on 2 grams of gear and a little D-ball, basic stuff. Throw down some D-ball. I feel good on it. Okay, I love how it makes men feel. I don't think men realize the benefits of anabolics. And there's too
Inside
much
or outside, sir?
stereotypical. I'm asking him, not you.
I would say that I would approach a doctor with this information. First of all,
Okay.
I think that when you approach a gym bro or somebody with a gym bag, I'm not going to absolutely call that person an idiot, but they're just taking advice from somebody, what to use and how to do something from somebody that's not even a professional. So I'm a professional, but I'm not a professional medical professional. That's 2 different things. And I don't know your medical history or anything like that. So that's a whole different thing. But I do agree with you. I think that men are being,
I have PhD in swing clubs. If that helps.
Well, we do have a society of weakening men out here that are just vagina faces, and it's like that's an epidemic.
But why don't we shoot them up? Why don't we, or at least I can get them on some gear? Okay.
Well, I mean, that's a whole different topic. It's like, I mean, I wish I could flood the nation with testosterone, but
Exactly. See.
I mean, that would be a good prescription. I would definitely endorse it.
Hey, I got a question. I have a question.
Go ahead.
What do you think is a good age for men to start taking TRT if you feel that you're at that point where you feel like you need it? What would be a good age?
It varies. Like you have 14-year-olds with medical predispositions where they're just not genetic deformities, things like that happen and exist in reality. So you would definitely have to go get your blood test and get all that checked by a doctor first. And also, contrary to popular belief, women do produce testosterone. If there's a woman that says, "Oh, I'm just not feeling horny enough," she's not producing even the microcosm she's supposed to produce. She's not producing enough of that. So that's a problem in women as well too. So we can talk about menopause and everything else. But to answer your question, as far as what the age is, it varies greatly. I mean, if you're an inactive person, you're a couch potato, lazy ass guy, your test levels are going to be low. And if you're liberal, it's going to be below the basement automatically. So, I mean, there's various things that we could talk about. But yeah, it just depends on what your blood levels show. So.
But what if I want to take some TRT and some Ozempic?
You could, if you take
I give you 5 milligrams, honey. You'll feel real good. You'll ride me like a beast at 10 milligrams a test. You won't know what to do with your libido. It'll be so out of control. I'll create a nation of nympho women too. That's what I want to do. I need
you don't want to end up with a skinny body and a Rottweiler head. You don't want that. A lot of people with Ozempic end up with that syndrome, and it's horrible. Go on,
What
make
do you
them
think of Ozempic? What do you think of Ozempic?
Every body with a Rottweiler head.
Yeah.
You think Ozempic is good?
This is the worst thing you can ever have.
There's too many fatties in the country. Shoot them up with Ozempic. Fat
Yeah.
son of a bitches. Shoot them up with it so they can lose some weight. Yeah, lose some weight, baby. It's okay. Get in there. Get in muscle. Is good. Ask Marte. Marte will tell you muscle.
You know,
is good.
Ozempic's not gonna work.
Testosterone and
I would do
I want
natural.
both hormones.
There might be some My Body, My Choice that has something.
Roar.
That is all yours.
Ozempic would be horrible because you never learned how to actually lose the weight. So you're gonna end up gaining all that weight back gradually. It's something that you didn't do organically, and it's just gonna you're gonna peter off into like the same thing, the same spiral that you were at before.
I don't know. I'm hearing good things about Ozempic.
Done. It's horrible. Have you ever seen those people with skinny bodies and big heads? It's the worst thing ever.
Is that what they get? Do they have a side effect? I really don't know. I mean, I'd like to shoot myself up with 10 units of growth hormone. Honestly. Why not? So I can feel good. I can, I can have sex longer, Marte. Come on. The truth has to flow tonight. I don't know what you're hiding for.
Everybody wants the microwave quick route, the instant gratification. You got to work for that, man. It's gonna
How
be.
many,
It ends
how
up being
many
a
hours
balance
do you train a day? And being that you're a pro, how many hours do you do a day?
1 hour. That's it. 1 hour of
That's
training.
it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of hard work, man. A lot of people just want to divert to drugs and shit, and it's just.
Well,
not
I don't
that.
think I admire bodybuilding because I think bodybuilding. A lot of guys will say, "Oh, you know, especially in the manosphere area, you're going to get, oh, this is gay or that's not." First of all, bodybuilders tend to be very strong and powerful. Okay, Ronnie Coleman and Dorian
I
Yates
agree.
are some of the most powerful people.
Yeah, I agree. But those people had to work their asses off to get to where they're at before they even touched a bottle. And a lot of people, they just want to skip and just get, $200 off of Monopoly money off of that. And that
Well,
Monopoly
that's for me. I
money-
mean, you're competing as a pro, which is a whole different level. And a
Right.
whole different. But for me, I mean, I just want to feel good and sexy. It's like Andrew Wilson's wife. Like I banged the pants off of her. She wouldn't know what to do with a man like me. I plow her life. I'm crazy like that, Marte. I'll come to
Hey,
you. Are
listen.
you going to come to Vegas in the Olympia? I'm in Vegas. I'm going to come. root for you.
I'm not touching what you just said right now. She's like family to me. So, but
Oh,
other than that, I mean,
I know all about
as far
her.
as this, I would definitely just train hard outside of a bodily chemical dependency because you're no better than an addict.
I'm
I think.
already dependent, though. What happens? I'll shut my testicles down.
You don't want that, bro. You don't want that.
It's all too late for me, Marte. I'm
You can
50 years
literally
old. I feel good. Girl wants me to pump her. I feel good. I just like to have good sex, Marte. That's all. Why can't men?
Hey,
learn
there's
to have
nothing
good
wrong
sex?
with that, but I would definitely seek a medical professional on that for
Okay.
sure.
I'll
I'm the
do
wrong
that.
person to approach, bro.
All right, I'll call Sarah on that.
Yeah. Talk to Sarah. Sarah will hook you up with that. Maybe I don't know.
Have
Better
you
than
met?
me.
What
Do you
am I
know
being
C-Bum?
paid?
Do you know C-Bum?
What?
C-Bum's cool people. Actually, he's a really good guy.
Yeah, the other guy
Who?
lives out here. The older Olympian, Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler.
He's actually a good friend. The guy's
Yeah.
a good guy too. He's already
Amazing physique. Just
Yeah,
amazing.
Jay's good people. He bought me dinner once in Cali. It's good people. Yeah.
I don't think people realize the amount of work that goes in. They think they're just lifting some weights and, the amount of work that goes into it. And you're going to get especially in this manosphere, they're going to be calling it gay and whatnot. Have you ever heard of Mark Ripatow?
No, I haven't. But I noticed DJ's screen right there, her profile pic.
Oh, please,
she's
Rachel. Yeah, right. I see your
right now while we're on this podcast.
Crazy. Dysgenic. He's a little
She's-
punk. Marte, get him under some weight, baby. Put Andrew Wilson under the barbell. Get him on some goddamn weight. That's he needs to pump some iron. He needs
Hey,
to
look,
pump
I know about the Mr.
I will
Olympian.
reiterate.
Yeah, he needs to pump
Reiterate.
some iron.
Whatever
He
you
needs to
did with
bench.
Rachel, she looks beautiful, and she
I
is
didn't
here
say
in
I forgot
chat.
Her husband. Her husband
She is
will-
here in chat.
Husband will be.
I saw her in person. She looks amazing. I was
I think
actually a
Andrew
little
looks amazing
jealous.
too as a guy. He's an amazing guy, But I think both of them are amazing. Period. But I think that they were they had to have been amazing before I got in contact with them.
It's
I mean,
not necessarily
otherwise,
true.
I'm just addition to whatever they already had going on.
No, I think it's your training that's making the difference.
So I have a question: CrossFit or just weight training for a fat person?
CrossFit. If you want to go ahead and give a chiropractor business, do CrossFit. If you want to go ahead and help, if you want to go ahead and help the rehabilitation,
That is accurate.
yeah, for sure.
No, listen. The first words I said to Rachel when I ran into her up at Debatacon was, "Oh my God, you're a little person. She's a little person. She's tiny. Okay."
Was she standing next to Andrew when you said this?
She was standing in front of me. I'm 5'2", right?
Okay,
And
all right,
we're
well.
both like little
Is she a
people.
dwarf?
It's little
Is she a
people
dwarf?
recognize little people. She looked beautiful. She looked
Said she's a little
amazing.
person. Is she a dwarf?
I'm a little person. I'm 5'2".
You said she's smaller, so
She
she's
was-
a dwarf.
She was like a nudge above me.
Oh,
A nudge. A
I'm
nudge.
I'm
But
5'3", but I'm not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Rachel can outlive half of the women
Yeah.
that I know.
this is my point right here. The internet
Definitely
thinks
press
she's
Andrew
like
over her head. I bet you she could bench press him. Why don't you throw him around a little bit, Rachel?
the internet thinks that she's not. She's a tiny thing. She's tiny.
She's
tiny
not fat.
and
She's
little,
not fat,
and
and I'll tell you
she's
that.
not
She's
fat
not
at all.
Are
She's
you
not
in
fat
Dallas at all? Do you
all.
like help people in Dallas? I live in Dallas. I need I did do CrossFit, and you're right, because I was doing CrossFit and I think I separated my ankle or some kind of wild stuff happened when I was doing
Right,
it.
exactly.
And they
That-
had me doing pushing the thing, whatever, and then my dang on ankle felt like if something happened.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Damn, that's the end of me doing that."
Yeah,
Do you
for
have
sure.
a good opinion on growth hormone for recovery?
Growth hormone's excellent. It's amazing for recovery. I mean, if you use anything
So I should
properly.
do some steroids before I did the CrossFit. Then I wouldn't have hurt myself.
Well, those are two different questions that I have to now.
Yeah, they really are. You would have hurt yourself more.
And Rachel, I feel this statement. I understand it. I get it. This is actually like I say this in a weird way. Most of you will be mad at me if I say this, but I say this is like my fat phase right now. Like I've put on 15 pounds over the last year. This is my fat phase and I'm okay with it, right? I recognize it. I know it, but we're moving on. We've got good news, bad news coming for the Raging Tomato, Sleepy Tomato, all of these good things. We're working towards stuff, but a lot of it has deduced from the fact that like my health has not been the priority level. It has not been top tier number one level because my daughter has been my obvious priority. So like when you have thyroid issue, like I get it. But let me tell you folks, Rachel's tiny. She's tiny and cute. I got a picture of us.
Wait,
Bro, speaking of thyroid, they told me I had bug eyes, right?
Wait, so if your thyroid's functionally
I
dead,
think I'm falling in love. I love this woman.
Wait.
She is hilarious.
I love you.
They're like, you
Exactly.
have bug eyes. I'm like, do I have
Now,
bug
you
eyes?
olive
I'm like,
bread.
Hashimoto's.
do you have to take
but I
Synthroid
have
for
to take
your,
like
for your dead thyroid?
Synthroid, but I have not been taking it. Maybe that's why my eyes, they said I have bug eyes, because I never had bug eyes, but people be like,
You are
fool.
well,
and
bug
say-
eyes, like eyes. You are born with the eyes. Like so, when I was little, my dad called me Cindy Lou Who because my eyes were like this big, right? And then I grew into the Grinch later, or, you know. But I
Your
think,
eyes were 3 sizes smaller that day.
and my heart just never grew. But yeah, like thyroid. I mean, I'm only familiar with the thyroid issues because I have a dog, and I'm not saying Rachel is like my dog, but my dog has a thyroid issue. She's our household fatty, all right, and she can't lose weight to save her life. It is what it is. She has to take a pill every day to amplify her. Yeah, she got me. Sorry.
Oh, I've been taking berberine. If you really want to like lose like weight naturally, don't take Ozempic. Take berberine.
Man, ain't gonna-
Berberine
Uh,
is way better.
ain't gonna work for you.
I
Ain't
had
gonna
a
work for you.
thyroid surgery, and there's a scar across her neck. She tattooed a dotted line and the words "cut here."
Oh my God.
You have Graves' disease, and you
Berberine
Like
over
learn how to
there.
use herbs instead of like using.
This is a good time.
funny,
What
the
I'm
herb
going to do,
don't work.
if everybody could,
Yeah.
if everybody could hold on for just a second, we're going to just slowly redirect here. I'm going to redirect everybody over to the Sleepy Tomato. So buckle up. Once I close out the Raging Tomato, it's going to just automatically redirect you. But I'm gonna drop the link in the chat so you can just move over there. But we're gonna move over to
What does
the
Marte think about
Tomato.
Silic?
and we're going to get into the good news, bad news, how we're moving.
How about that
Yada,
little
yada.
punk Mike Israetel? He's a little
Hold
bastard.
on,
That guy's a
hold
bastard.
on, Hormaxter. Hold
That guy's
on.
a son of a bitch screwing up bodybuilding. He's a dark. What a dark. He's doing a lot of damage, that guy.
Hormaxer. Hold on just a second, baby. I am the Hormaxer whisperer. All right, we're just going to we're going to take a little shift, okay? Because I want to start maneuvering over to the Raging Tomato, or from the Raging Tomato to the Sleepy Tomato. We're going to amplify the Sleepy Tomato. All right, so if everybody, you could just start moving over now. I'm going to disconnect the Raging Tomato here in just a second, but it's going to shift you over. We're going to move there. Buckle up. Hang on tight. Hang on. All right. All right. Raging Tomato should be shutting down. You should all be slowly maneuvering over to Sleepy Tomato. It's only a 5-minute delay. If you're not subscribed over there already, go ahead, hit the subscribe button. I'll hit the wrench over there too. Don't worry.
I just subbed. I didn't know you had that channel.
Huh?
I didn't know you had that channel. I just subbed to it.
You're not paying attention.
Sorry if I can't pay attention to you 24/7.
Unacceptable.
People hating on Raging Tomato right now. That's what it sounds like to me. People
Oh,
hating.
I don't care if they do. They can hate it all the fuck they want. All right. So we should be over on Sleepy Tomato. That should be amplifying shortly.
I killed Earl. What's up, girl?
All right. Let's see.
Hey, girl.
Everyone's coming in. I definitely see that.
Sunday.
Smooth
I
transition.
killed Earl. We gonna do Sunday.
Thank
we
you.
gonna talk about these men's and how they just don't respect us women's.
All right.
Hey, I killed Earl.
All right. And William is no longer here. We're going to go ahead and remove him. Yeah, no free content. Okay. All right. Everybody is over on Sleepy Tomato's side, or we're maneuvering at some point. Should be making our way in. It just takes it's only a 5-minute subscription before you can start chatting. I only do that to keep the trolls kind of out a little bit. But okay.
But Sarah, you have an IFBB Pro sitting on your channel. What are you yammering on about? Why don't you be asking this guy questions?
Asking who questions?
You have an IFBB Pro sitting on your channel.
I don't know anything about all of that.
You're a moron, dummy. Why don't you wake up?
I am a dummy. I don't know anything about
International
this.
Federation of Bodybuilding Pro, Martel Rueda.
I got a question. I got a question for Marte.
Yeah, go
So I have been stuck on a 265-pound bench press for a while now. How do I get to 315 without gearing up?
What's your diet like? What's your there's so many factors around that. Are you getting enough sleep? What's your meal plan looking like? Because a lot of people think about, they lean on gear and drugs a lot, but then they don't think about all the missed meals that they've had and everything else. Actually, believe it or not, drugs and training is the easiest part of bodybuilding, but remembering to eat shitty food that you don't like, that's like cardboard, is the hardest thing. And to me, I think if you can master that, you can then master your bench. All these power lifters, a lot of them have guts for a reason. So I'm just letting you know right now.
No, I see. I mean, my sleep isn't that great. I'm getting better with food. I got my Fitness Pal, and I've been tracking my calories, getting all the proper food that I need. I did drop quite a bit of weight. I gained some of it back. I do fluctuate a tad, but for the most part, I'm getting to where I need to be. I want to do it natty. I don't want to be on gear. Just
Good.
Don't want to do that. And I've been stuck on that weight for a little while. So I was just wondering, one more question. When you go to the gym, is it better to do it fasted, or should you eat something if you're gonna like lift heavy?
That's a good question, because I did that today. I didn't eat anything this morning. Yeah. I went to the gym this afternoon, like with no food in my belly at all. And I thought about that. I was like, I wonder if this is better for me or worse.
You lose muscle with no food, bro.
It just boils down to preference, Sarah, because I do that all the time, Neo, as far as going to the gym. Sometimes I'll literally not eat and then go to the gym and train. It just depends on how you feel. If you have a preference for training without food and you feel like you can, have enough glycogen stores, meaning like you ate enough carbs throughout the day, you're not going to die in the gym. It's just how you feel. It just boils down to preference. You're not going to die from not eating and have training with an empty stomach fasted. I've done it all the time. I've trained with guys like Rusty Jeffers, different Breon Ansley. I've trained with all those pros with an empty stomach while doing their heaviest leg days and hardest training. So what Sarah did is something I do on the regular basis. I just remember to eat afterwards. As long as Sarah eats afterwards and has something, she's good. She can recover because it's the recovery that's really important. I mean, absent food from the gym, you'll be okay as long as you eat afterwards or have something in your body. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, that's typically what I do. I usually go empty stomach.
Yeah.
I feel like if I eat before that, if I don't give a certain amount of time to process the food, then I'm just gonna feel like very lethargic and groggy at the gym. So I always have better results when I go empty stomach.
You're gonna have your body, you're gonna have blood in your stomach trying to process and digest stuff instead of going to your legs and training for everything else. If you're gonna do legs, all your blood should be going to your legs and not to your stomach to help digest food. And that's where you're gonna get this groggy feeling and everything else at. Your body's doing two functions at once when it should be focused on surviving one function. That's being it's detrimental if you don't eat within it outside the time of you training. It's gonna screw your whole thing up. So you don't want that, bro.
Okay, very good. Do you recommend the sauna?
I don't do it. Because what happens is if you're in the sauna, you can have an overcorrection of just losing more water than you want. I mean, it's good in like, maybe like 20-minute increments or 10-minute, whatever you want to do. But people tend to just abuse the sauna and what you're doing is you're losing a lot of water. And then you have to replace said water that you just lost. And that's all you're doing is just losing that. You could be saying, well, I'm losing all this waste product that's going in. That's great, but you also piss too, remember? So water's a good transportation system, but all we're doing is just massive amounts of water fluctuation via the sauna. That's just my own personal opinion. And once again, that just boils down to preference. But I will tell Sarah this and tell you, Neil, like if you guys need any help for something, just shoot me a text. I'm not going to do the BS charging you for my opinion or helping you out with your plans or something like that. Hell, if Sarah's like, hey, I have problems, getting my health, I'll help Sarah out. I don't mind helping her out, or you. If you guys need any help, since we're on this stream together, I might as well help you guys out a little bit. Beyond what I'm saying. So
I figured I'd just ask a couple of questions since I am very much heavy into the fitness world. I like, working out and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and believe it or not, Neil, that all of this conveys like our inability to do certain functions around the process of just suffering, much like doing debates or anything else like this. A lot of this has to be repetitive and we have to repeat this. I find that and I'm going to go ahead and do this correlation between debating and doing anything with training. I think the more that we do this, the more proficient we get. Like my whole screw ups in the gym are the same as the screw ups that I do in debates. I then start plugging holes in where I made mistakes at and did everything else. So pretty soon this becomes fluid. So the more I do debates and the more I do things in the gym, the more fluid it becomes. And then I'm just proficient at these things. So I think that you asking questions is just adding extra on top, and that's always good. So
I got one more for you because I'm going to hop off soon, all right? Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I started.
This guy's going to reach for it. What do you got?
I started taking this pre-workout.
Okay, I don't take pre-workouts.
No? What do you think of pre-workouts? Yes, no?
A lot of people use it as a replacement for sleep, and it's not good. I think that people say, well, I need to get motivated to go to the gym. So you need your heart rate beating out of your chest to go ahead and get motivated to train. Like,
you know what? I like it.
You either do want to do it or not. And that's, once again, that's also the third preference you mentioned. That's just preference. I don't do it because I'd rather drink just a black cup of coffee before I go train. To me, it has the same effect. If you either want to train or you kind of want to train, it's like either I want to do a debate or I just kind of want to debate. You need to want to debate.
Okay. It makes sense. I appreciate that.
So me having a couple cups of coffee before I go to the gym, no food in my belly is okay. I want to go to the gym. I go to the gym, but then I eat when I get home, obviously.
Yes.
I really thought about that today. I was like, man, like
drinking enough water, you're good.
Oh yeah, plenty of water. And then I went to the gym. I think it was like 1:00 today, and I hadn't eaten yet or anything. I had just I woke up, had coffee. That was all I had. But then when I got back, I ate a little bit of rice, and then I went and had a big meal shortly after that. But yeah, that was about it.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, it depends on what your goals are, like what you want to do. If you want to lose weight, Sarah, or if you want to do something else, it's fine. Or if you want to just maintain this neutral homeostasis, whatever you want to call that, like where you're at right now, if you're happy with that, don't change a thing. But if you do want to change something and progress at a different place, then I mean, I can definitely help you out with some changes if you want. I'm not selling myself right now, but I'm just saying, if you need a little help, I got you.
No, that's fair. I mean, I have always had like a really good metabolism. Everything has maintained. Actually, like me even gaining 15 pounds over the last year has been that's the most I've ever gained in my entire life, like ever. Yeah. I've always been the same weight, even during 2 pregnancies. So it was kind of like, oh shit, what just happened? Like, what just happened to me? But I mean, my daughter was diagnosed last March, and like a lot of things happened after that just like killed my activity. So my activity was all over the place. It just wasn't, we were couch surfing a lot for a while. And then I started streaming heavily and building the channel, the way it needed to go accordingly. And so I know it's just due to like I'm sitting in front of a screen or sitting in front of a computer like all day, all night. That like took the hit. And so I don't think there's anything necessarily I need to change outside of just like I lost my gym activity. I lost my daily activity. I lost motivation for everything because my focus was my daughter. And like all of these things happened along with that, so I don't think there's anything I need to do except for just get my ass back in gear.
That's it. And I think a lot of that is just stress eating, believe it or not.
Yeah.
80%
well,
of people.
No, I will say I actually, Neo, are you heading out?
Yeah, I'm going to start getting ready. I just wanted to let all of you know that I had a great time coming on, Sarah. Good meeting all of you. And
coming on Sarah or coming on to Sarah?
I can't come on you here, but but thanks for having me as always. I'm glad I was able to help you out with the audio. Now hopefully you can do your thing with that. And yeah, everybody take care of yourselves, man.
I got you, Neil. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Deuces.
Yeah. Bye, Neo.
For Marte,
I have a question.
How about this guy, Marte? I mean,
can I ask you a quick question, DJ, before you have your question?
Is
that Vicky Gates in the picture?
Yes.
I figured. I know my body.
Let me tell you something. When I was younger, I used to draw the bodybuilder. I used to listen. My brother, my stepbrother was a bodybuilder in Ohio. I used to follow the Schwarzenegger Classic, Mr. Olympia. I do all flex. I knew Dorian Yates. Listen, I used to know so much about body. I used to be, before I like started having kids and got fat or whatever, I used to be very into fitness. Now what happens is that when your body goes through trauma, this is what I wanted to ask you, because something happens to your body when it goes through a trauma, especially a childbirth, a very traumatic childbirth. So I went through every childbirth I've ever had was very traumatic, like C-section, you're about to die, blah, blah, blah.
Oh my God.
So every single one. And so what they say is that when you go through that, your body pads itself to like a protection. You know what I'm saying? When you go through physical, mental trauma, and then also physical trauma. So your body does this to protect itself.
Stop coping.
Anyways.
You were in shape. Get yourself back in shape, baby. You'll be a sexy woman.
There you go.
Hold on. I'm a sexy woman regardless. Let me tell you something. I don't have no problem. I don't have.
I asked Daniel here, Romano, to drink a gallon of milk.
I have.
A gallon.
Don't get it twisted. Okay, I don't have zero problem with getting a man. Okay, I'm getting a man. All right, but I'm saying is that, I went through a lot of trauma in the past, whatever, and so that trauma with padding on my body. But yes, I used to follow all of that. Okay, I used back when remember the guy who died from diuretics?
Yeah, Mohammed Benaziza.
Right. Listen, that's how deep I knew about. No, he was actually on stage posing and actually passed out from using too many diuretics. He dehydrated and died. That's how much I knew about bodybuilding. I was very into bodybuilding, all that stuff. So that's why my trapezoid right here, because I was here with it, all that stuff. It kind of made my traps really extra. You can't really get rid of that, even if you get fat. For some reason, this doesn't go away. So I still got the same traps that I did from doing all that body.
I mean, it doesn't just go away overnight. So you're gonna have some remnants of whatever you had post pregnancy.
Yeah, my whole back is strong. I'm like,
yeah.
When they feel my body, okay, this is not just fat; it's solid. It's weird how it goes like that. So I want to know, how do you? What would you say? Because I was told this guy, he had this thing called the snake diet. And he says,
oh my God.
Stop eating.
What?
Right? It's a guy that has this thing called the snake diet, right? Just don't eat. You're fat, don't eat. Just stop eating. And I did that. I stopped eating. And I stopped eating for a very long time. And I lost weight or whatever, but it didn't work. You know what I'm saying?
I don't like that. That's
I stopped. I completely. I literally for weeks didn't eat nothing.
Yeah, it's a very shitty recommendation.
Now this became a lifestyle. So even right now, people think I'm fat because I'm just shoving food down my throat. No, I eat.
You are.
No, I'm not.
You are, because to maintain that size, you have to put food down your gullet, honey.
That's not necessarily true, but go ahead.
You're lying to yourself.
So Fredo Fonzarelli actually just said that's the worst advice, and I agree with him. His super chat.
I eat once a day, and sometimes I don't eat nothing, and sometimes I can go days without eating anything, and I'll lose weight for that moment, and then I'll take it's really unhealthy what I do. I can take because I have a high blood pressure. I'll take the diuretics to lose the water. And I'll lose 20 pounds. It's just bad. What I be doing is so bad, right? And I'll lose it, but the moment I'll drink some water, I'll gain it back. Because I'll think, I'm doing good. Because I weigh myself every single day. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of it's just water.
I'm very obsessed with my weight. Trust me.
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't eat.
Actually, not eating is going to help you keep the weight that you have on right now, because your body's going to create a stress hormone called ketones, right? Yep. And then your body goes into ketosis at times, and your body goes into a survival mode where it starts storing food, and that's the last thing you want to do.
But I thought ketosis is the thing that makes you to lose weight, right? Ketosis.
Really bad.
Well, no. Ketosis, DKA. You can go into DKA where you start storing all of the glucose, right?
Yeah.
This is how you become diabetic.
It's bad.
Don't ask me how I know of this shit, but you become a high level diabetic and your glucose levels start to store. And it's incredibly dangerous because your glucose levels can get up into 600, 700, so on and so forth, and then you can die if you maintain that level of ketones for so long.
In his mind, it's I'm fat because I'm just.
How about the reverse? You're fat and he's skinny.
I can take my phone and go to my refrigerator, and you'll see there's nothing in my refrigerator.
I don't believe that.
Don't challenge. Don't challenge the lady. Look, listen. No, I'm not gonna.
They see fat people eat food. They lie.
You're stupid. Most fat people are not fat because they're eating a lot, because they're actually the nutrition deficiency. And I'm deficient in almost everything that you can think of. Iron.
Yeah. You see, that proves my point. Also, fat people.
Listen. I eat this all day. This is.
Yeah, you're drinking the 2,000 calories right there, honey.
No, guess what this is? Guess what this is? It's ice.
Mochaccino.
Because my iron levels are so low that I have a pica, and I can drink. I have about 2 or 3 of these bitches. I just ordered from Sonic today, because my iron deficiency is so low.
2 or 3 of them. Here,
That
yourself.
people Becca used to have to eat dirt back in the day, or when you were younger because of iron. I heard that that's a thing sometimes. Is that true?
Yeah, I ate mud and dirt and stuff.
Yeah, mud and dirt. That's such a. I just wanted to see if that was true or not.
God made dirt, and dirt don't hurt.
But like
We eat our dirt
iron
proudly.
level is so low, I'll hit this. This is not like a soda. This is ice. See this?
Yeah.
It's ice.
Yeah,
Which I can throw it to you.
Sonic Ice.
It's
I
ice.
will say, Sonic Ice is the best ice ever.
It's actually
Like
pretty agree with
legit.
that.
If you're an ice chewer, Sonic Ice is the best ice.
Oh my god, I can
Hands
do this
down.
all day long and don't eat nothing. I've learned.
Daniel, Daniel, are
Yes,
we
ma'am.
getting a presentation?
What's up, Daniel?
Daniel, we're so
Yes,
excited. He has hit his 1K moment. Can we get a little bit of kung fu fighting from you
Sure.
or something?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
suited up. You're ready to go.
Guys,
Which Power Ranger are you representing this evening?
This is Dai Shi. He's from Power Rangers Jungle Fury. So.
Oh fuck yeah!
Please put the needle in your ass, son.
Oh no, shit! He's got a mask and everything to go with this one. Ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a kill. Welcome to the Sleepy Tomato. It is on like Donkey Kong. Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Oh man, that's amazing.
Getting a gallon of milk and drinking with it a day and gaining some weight on that.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh shit!
Behavior, sir. You encourage it.
Thunder,
Damn right I
thunder,
encourage
thunder, thundercats.
Yeah. I ain't gonna sit here and encourage you. You need to be weight gain questions.
Thundercats are on the loose. Thundercats are loose. Go ahead, girl. Feel the magic. Feel the roar. Thundercats are loose. Go ahead, bro.
I love it. I love Romano.
Yeah, that's nice. He needs to gain that. He should ask Morte about some weight gaining advice. He's 110 pounds. 110 pounds at 5'8". He's a size of less than a woman. He needs to get
How
a
tall are you? How tall are you, Daniel?
Yeah, how tall are you?
I'm 5'5", but I've gained. I'm actually back to the 120.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
a
I'm trying to get to
Yeah.
125.
Do you want to gain weight? Is that what you want to do, Daniel, or to kind of
Yeah.
fill out the costume? Or
Yeah, I got to gain a little bit. The goal is 125 now. My lowest was 110, but that's a long story. I was depressed and sad at that time, but now I'm coming back. So
you're getting back, baby. Here we
Oh, yeah.
go.
And Sarah,
we
fun
just
fact
gotta
about
get
this.
you.
I
We just got to
have a-
get you battling the plate, and the plate is going to be the biggest thing you're going to overcome is food. That's it.
Oh, yeah,
If you
that's the thing. I'm Italian. I love eating, so it's I just gotta
Yeah.
eat more.
We just have to have you eat more. That's what it is. That's all it is. Solid
Yeah, a
food.
gallon of milk a day for him.
No, don't listen to what Max said.
Why not? Why not a gallon of almond milk or a gallon of milk?
No, because you need solid, whole, real food that Mom used to
It's
make. Like
anorexic, though.
potatoes, mashed potatoes, greens, and stuff Mama used to make. That's what puts meat on your bones, not milk.
I had some mashed potatoes tonight, actually. So yeah.
There you go. Yeah, stuff like meatloaf, beef, steak, mashed potatoes, greens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, stuff Mama used to make. That's really bodybuilding food. Actually, I don't even think I'm a bodybuilder, believe it or not. I'm a body sculptor. Women are bodybuilders because they make babies.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Bodybuilders make babies?
Yes, women are bodybuilders because they literally build a body inside their body. I just sculpt a body I already have, so I'm a body sculptor. So
How about like a gallon of almond milk then, if you don't like milk?
I mean, it's
cyanide. It doesn't almonds have cyanide in them.
Plus food, plus almond milk at
you're
120.
talking about apples, right? The seed, I think, is cyanide. This apple seed.
But almonds also
There's a
have
certain
like
seed or
some kind of level of that same thing. Like I heard
Maybe.
almond milk is not really good to eat in mass.
Yeah, I heard that too. I switched over
Yeah.
to oat milk.
Almond milk is leftover almonds from the factory or whatever production they have, and you're just drinking the remnants of that. That's all you're drinking. That's it.
Probably that was on the ground and stuff like that.
Who knows? It could be. Who
Whatever
knows?
was squished out.
Weight. The man needs weight. Milk, almond milk, cashew milk, whatever the hell it is. Put a gallon plus food on. At 120 pounds, that's a twink woman.
Why not just
You know what? I don't eat I don't drink milk anymore, and my vitamin D level is so damn low. I'm sure like calcium.
Yeah, just
I take this
supplement
thing called
vitamin D.
calcium. That's terrible. It's like a man.
Yeah,
Sorry,
just
one quick reason why I chose this suit is I haven't worn
Daniel needs testing his ass stat. I put it to you the question: this man needs testosterone replacement stat, and maybe some trend up his tuchus also.
Oh God!
Hey, don't be telling the Thundercat. Thundercats are on the move. Thundercats are loose. Okay.
Daniel, that's a badass costume, by the way. I like it.
Thank you.
I
Yeah.
love
Well,
it
hey,
when
man.
Daniel gets dressed up.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, it's
we
pretty
fully
festive, man. I love it.
support. No,
Yeah.
I'm so excited for Daniel because we've seen him flourish, and at least from my knowledge, from my interactions and having Daniel on, like we've seen him grow, and his channel has finally hit 1K, and we're super excited for that. Like he's growing with us, and I'm drunk. I don't know.
Daniel, what kind of content do you have?
Power Rangers.
Go Power Rangers.
Right now, I'm working on 3 films on how Lord Zed became skinless and everything, and then I tie in different things like the Machine Empire, Dark Spectre. I tie in a couple different seasons, but I'm making stuff I always wanted to see. So
That's
because
pretty
the
cool
show
stuff,
never
right?
did it,
Yeah.
so I thought I'd do. Thank you.
So,
awesome.
Mr. Marte, we were talking about your ability to debate
Yes.
earlier before we were rudely interrupted. And so we were going through kind of the realm. If it's a 1v1 and here's my thought process, right? If it's like, oh, I want to challenge this person to a debate in X, Y, and Z, and you're both like 100 or 200 subscriber count, so on and so forth. That's where I usually say, let's make it a 2v2, and I'll pair you up with 2 bigger content creators, to kind of like wrap it around, bring it in. And then that gives you the dual exposure, right? So like
No, that's a good idea. I like that.
yeah, so you get the exposure key, but also it allows you the room to grow in that aspect too, of learning from people who have done this. Like most people, when I set up a debate, I say, hey, show up a few minutes backstage, and we'll get rolling. Like they already know the drill, right? They know how the channel operates. They know what's going on. And so backstage is really me just saying, hey, here's what we're going to do. Here's the run of show XXXYYY, whatever, and Z. And then we just get going. If you're new to that, then I would tell you show up like 10 minutes beforehand, because I'm going to run through a lot more with you
For
and
sure.
so on
Yeah.
and so forth. And usually those people are more prominent to show up
Marte, Sarah,
backstage.
debate right now.
I'll debate with you.
Do you want to debate him right now?
No, not right now, but I'll do a debate with
Hey,
you.
but first, Sarah, can I ask you a question? So,
Yeah, sure.
if I have my channel, I'm going to I'm not like tied to nobody else or doing anything like that. And plus, I have a lot of courage, bravery, guts, balls, whatever you want to call it. I'm down to challenge bigger channels, as well,
Like
too.
big bone, like huge, big.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna
Like
get
they're
it.
heavy in my hand kind of balls. Like
Yeah,
I
but you
wanna
promised no
challenge
drink balls, Sarah. You don't.
Listen, I want to debate him because I just got finished debating a person
Fine.
on my
I have an
channel.
honest debate with you because you're.
hold on. Who do you want to debate?
Anybody that I have contention with, that's a bigger channel, so that way you don't have to do 2v2 or any of that stuff. If I can find a bigger channel, would that make up for you having to do 2v2?
No.
It
And here's
wouldn't?
why. Here's why.
Ah,
Because that bigger channel has to have incentive to debate a smaller channel. Taking down, right. So it's the politics of YouTube, right?
Gotcha.
And we spoke about this a little bit earlier about how Based Oracle did this same exact thing, right? He tried to just come in, go for the big kill, and he failed miserably, and now he's off the internet. Now he's no longer here, right?
Wow. Yeah.
If you start by building your resume, and I have plenty of other channels and plenty of 2v2s I could set you up with. If you give me a debate prompt, I can build a panel around you.
I have
right?
50 debate prompts I can give you, believe it or not.
And I can build a panel around that because I'm networked out accordingly, right? So if you give me a debate prompt, I can build a panel around you. But in terms of like it's better for you to go in for the 2v2 and start to build your reputation of who you are, what you're about, how you operate, so on and so forth. And then when you want to go in for the jugular, you have something to stand back on, right?
Gotcha.
Like you have ground to stand on. Like
Sense,
the YouTube does not operate like a prison. In a prison, you come in and you go for the biggest guy, and you come in and you just fucking take him down, and then everybody respects you magically.
nice.
Like, yeah, right. It doesn't work that way in YouTube. In YouTube world, we believe in like you have to build that reputation. You have to build up to it. You have to earn your way.
That makes
And-
sense. I don't mind
Yeah,
that.
and we're all big believers in that, and so am I. Like I offer the opportunity. Like I open the panel up. You can come on. You can challenge thought processes. You can challenge somebody's way of thought or whatever. And that's how you start to build your reputation. And people who come on and do that, I say, okay, well, so when they challenge somebody later and they're like, hey, Sarah, would you host this debate if I wanted to debate this person? Yes, absolutely. Why? Because you've come on, you've done your time, you've earned your resume, you've earned your place in this, right? But if you just like come out of nowhere and you're like, oh, hey, I just want to debate this big 100,000 subscriber person, and I barely have 100, 200, 300, 500, or even 1,000, and I just want to like take down this person. Like, no, you have to earn your way up, and I'm sparing you the embarrassment there. And I only say that, and it's not to say that like your argument sucks. I don't believe that. I'm not saying
No, I don't think that's the premise you're coming from. I think you're saying that people have to work their way up, much like anything else. Yeah, and you can map this onto anything else in life. I think that even in the Job Corps situation or job employment, anything like that, I mean, people start in a mailroom, right? It's not that you can't be CEO or you don't know how to run a room or anything like this. It's like, I think that what you're saying, I can literally map on anything else. And your people could say, well, oh, that's pretty tough criticism. No, it's actually wise advice that you're giving me. And it's coming from experience, obviously. And I'm listening to you right now, for sure.
Yeah. But we also host a platform in which you can earn that right. So what happens typically, and this just happened just the other night, we hosted the Red Pill debate. It was Team Fatty versus I Killed Earl.
I saw that.
And that turned into a bigger conversation. And then random people started coming on panel. And Tiki Tack, he has my heart. I love Tiki Tack. He's a great, great debater. He has earned his way. He has earned his placement. If he asked me for anything, I'd say 110% yes, whatever you want. Right. So Tiki Tack and the Furby, also known as Melanie the Fox here. But they got into it, and then they both said, hey, Sarah, we found a point of contention. We would like to debate on this. Can you host this? Yes, I can host this. Right. So, right. Like, but they've both earned their place here to where I'm like, yeah, I'll make it work. Whatever you guys want.
Pro, why do you want to debate with these moronic topics?
It's not okay. So
I have a reason why, but go ahead.
It actually, the debate queue is a pretty good one, and it has to do with what they're teaching kids in school. So I actually feel pretty strongly about this one.
Agree.
But to me, I don't care. Like, if you've earned your place, if you've done your time, all those things, you could come in and tell me, Sarah, I want to debate pink rainbows, and I'd be like, fucking A, right? Like, let's do it. Whatever, right? Like, if you've come on, you've done your time, you've earned your place on the panel, like you're a regular here, we'll fucking do whatever you want. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me, right? So like with Tiki Tack and Furby, like they got into a quarrel post debate, and then that became a debate, and they said, Sarah, will you host this debate? I'm okay with it. Like, sure, you've both done your time. You've earned your spot. Now, where me reaching out to people and putting panels together, that's a whole different ballgame. Like, these are people that I know I know how they react. I know their energy. I know how they move. Like, I recognize
Project, Sarah, it's streaming.
What's that?
It's streaming. Do you build the Manhattan Project here? What is it? You have morons. I've seen this for years. These are morons debating if God exists. Weak men debate. You should be talking about roids here. You have an IFBB Pro. You should be on roids, test, anabolic, juicy.
But Hormax, hear me out. My darling, my love. I people the people, right? I'm good. That's why you're still here, Hormaxer, right? Because you like the way I interact with you, and you like the way I interact and manage my panel.
This is not quantum physics. It's streaming.
It's not. You're right. But not everybody understands it. Not everybody can people the people. Not everybody understands how people operate, Hormaxer.
Yeah,
this is why I can get along with you, and we can resonate and
find a good. My balls.
You love to talk about. You know what, Hormaxer? Here's your moment.
About draining balls. About why women
talk about your balls. You got 60 seconds.
Honestly, question here, Sarah. Why don't you have a real, legit debate of why women that don't drain balls are worthless? You have nothing to offer. You want a manosphere debate? How about this? Women that don't drain balls are worthless. You're a worthless woman. Women that don't drain balls, yes, I promote promiscuity, swing clubs, hedonism. I have a whole philosophy to back it up. You have nothing else. What does Earl have? She's a feminist. She looks like another typical feminist, tattooed up with the vampire look. It's all the same shit. Marte is a IFBB Pro. You can have debates on TRT. You can bring in panels there, but obviously you don't know what you're doing.
I don't. You are so right, Hormaxer. That's why I failed to get to the point that I am today. You are so right. No, Hormaxer, listen to me. You are so right. I did not offer the debate of draining balls enough.
Okay.
So I have failed everybody.
Good. Yeah. I mean,
I have failed. You are 100% right. I have failed.
That's not even a chasty trap. You have a dude with a wig on. It's not even a good-looking trap.
Who's that dude with the wig on?
Yeah, the fox, the one with the wig on.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's not even tasty. Marte, do you ever take some trends to get fired up for traps? You ever hear about that in the bodybuilding world?
Nah, man. I'm good on that. I'll pass on all that stuff.
I see them in clubs. I do. But
yeah, I'll pass on it, man.
All right. Well, I'm not. I'll be over there. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you,
I
Marte.
love you, Hormaxer. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you. Okay, Dan. Take care.
We'll see you. He's an interesting fellow.
Yes, definitely different for sure.
To say the least. Now, okay, let's work on your optics here. All right. So you got something in front of your camera, right there.
Oh, hold on real quick.
We're gonna set you up. You're gonna be set up for success. It looks like a giant black dick in front of your camera.
It does actually. It's hold on. Let me try to figure this out real quick.
Nope.
Oh, there we go. Now
there we go. Okay. All right. That is better. All right. But I know MDD might modern day debate. I love James. I love James dearly. We're good friends. Both moderators. Like I followed his cue on a lot of things. But where he doesn't allow, I say let's fucking go. Right? So in terms of if you're a smaller channel, I don't mind that. I just might pair you up with somebody bigger.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I'm down,
so if and we have I'm networked out enough. I have a good standing with a lot of different people that I'm networked out enough that if you want something with a certain person and you're like, I want to fuck that person up, give me a prompt. I'll reach out to them. They're probably going to be fair game.
Perfect.
And they'll bring it to you live. But I'm going to also pair you up, and I'm going to balance the panel based on either subscribers, energy, like brains versus brawn, so on and so forth. There's like a whole schematic that I roll through with
No, I
how
got you.
I determine all of that. But I'm definitely not opposed to any of that. But if you bring me a prompt and a person, I'll dig in. I'll dig in 110%.
Perfect. I love it.
Yeah.
I think so. I was supposed to do a debate on modern day debate, and I asked James to do it, and he turned it down because of the numbers. And then when I messaged Andrew Wilson, he was like, fuck yeah, I'll host it, on the Crucible. But then the guy backed out. So that's a huge thing that happens in the debate world that I noticed. There's people that I challenge on X, and everywhere else. And I'll say, hey,
who were you challenging?
So a lot of these people are, to be honest, they're nobodies. But for me, and you got to realize that I'm getting started with this. So I'm going to get started with people who you could say are the lowest denominator. So it's like the people that challenge me are anybody's, right? And once I get to a certain level of doing debates, I'm definitely going to be looking for bigger fish. So the whole mantra of what you're saying, like we're in alignment with that. And this is what I'm doing. So anybody that's challenging me, matter of fact, today I just had somebody challenge me on false claims of lying or something like that as far as bodybuilding and drug use and all this. They couldn't prove their claim. I said, hey, let's get on the X space and debate. And then I opened up a space for like 5 minutes. They didn't see me, so therefore they conceded. So back in the day, we used to challenge people before modernity and say, hey, we're going to duel and duke it at Sunset at the OK Corral. We used to have dueling and all this other stuff. In modernity, people don't really face each other anymore. So there's a lack of masculinity.
Keyboard warriors. That's
keyboards, and they're shooting themselves behind keyboards. So that, when I do confront them, it exposes this lack of, bravery, courage, you name it. So it's like, so that's the thing though. And I think there's a whole topic as far as being shielded from this brave men in society. And when I do challenge people, they tend to duck. And that's what sucks about this. I can't find a debate to save my life because people want to just type a debate and they don't want to see me face to face it's not literally face to face, but on a screen or in X spaces. And it's a tough thing to find opponents right now. So there you have it.
So what I'd recommend, this is just me personally speaking, and I kind of, I see stuff that Andrew does too, and I like to pick up on what I call, say, like his leftovers or his garbage, his trash. If you find yourself on Twitter arguing with somebody and you're like, let's fucking debate, and they're kind of dodging or whatever, reach out to me and say, hey, Sarah, I'd like to debate this person, X, Y, and Z. This prompt, give me a specific prompt, and then I will reach out because I'm the neutral platform. So like I have the better ability to reach out to them. And I have certain words and phrases, like people call me HR, right? So I'm like the HR, I'm the HR of fucking debate. But I reach out to them in a way where I'm like, hey, hello, I'm X, Y, and Z, such and such wants to X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 X, Y, and Z. And then that actually turns out for the better and life is good. Yeah, that's what I would recommend. Or if there is a specific person that you already have kind of in mind on a specific prompt, give me that person, that name, that prompt, and then I can ask them if they'd be willing to do a 2v2. I invite them to, bring their own partner if they want. If not, I'll find you one, and then I can find you a partner, so on and so forth, and I can like match. I'm really good at peopling the people.
I like that. Let's do it. I love HR.
I am the HR of YouTube. It's called. What are we doing? What are we looking at? What are we? Are we debating? I'm drunk, so it doesn't matter at this point. I don't give a fuck.
No, we're good. I'm just gonna flow with it. Let's just go.
Where that is? It was wild. That's all I know is she's asking the AI. The thing that we came to the conclusion, however, that the way she asked the question is why the AI answered the question incorrectly. So if you want to just first, before we go into asking someone else,
Look, see, even Mike says it. Mike owns it. He was like, you are the HR. Look, I know this. And one thing that I kind of do is I prowl the X of things, and I see who's fighting, who's arguing, who wants to debate, and then I ask that person, I'm like, hey, do you want to debate that person? Yeah, I fucking want to fucking debate that person. Okay, great. And then I go to that person, I say, hey, they'd like to debate you. They're okay with me hosting X, Y, and Z. Are you willing to do it? If so, like I'm offering the platform. And
Sarah, if you can then be the debate whisperer at the same time and solve the problem that I'm having, because it seems like people are very allergic to accepting debates, let alone having debates.
I can get them to.
Are you willing to do a debate on me whether AI was discovered or created?
I don't know if I have enough interest in that.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like you're. And that's another thing, is knowing who likes to debate what.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I legit have like a fucking file full of shit of who debates what kind of shit.
I love it.
Like I know who debates what. Give me your top 3 topics that you're most passionate about. End of story. That's all I need to know, and then I know who to pair you up with. Right.
So this is another thing that happened too. I got set up with the booking for Tim Pool. Her name's Lisa. I went ahead and talked to Lisa, and then she said, well, I think that the topic we're going to discuss if we fly you out is if Americans can still function absent Christianity. And I said, well, hold on. I think that we can debate other topics. And I shotgun 10 other debate topics to her, because I know that Tim Pool is very geopolitical. So what I went ahead and did was, because I can bridge 2 topics together, I can then say America's a fat ass nation. Military recruitment is an all-time low because inactivity is a disease in this nation. And then I went on to per se to give her 9 other debate topics, such as, the various other things I could just drop to you too. So I'm good at providing debate prompts with that. And I'm just providing that.
That's magical to me. That's magical. The more debate prompts you can provide, the better. It makes my job easier. Because if not, I have to come up with a topic of debate, and I have to find out who, what, where, when, why. So if you just say, I want to debate X person on X prompt, then if all I have to find is 2 more people, that makes my job even easier.
Yeah, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to not only make your job easier, but I'm just here to bring the fight and also make you not having to bring up prompts or anything else. All you got to do is the introduction and handshake. That's it. I like it.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
No, and that's easy. And I'm very fair with how I send the information out to everybody and how I operate with everybody. I think I'm pretty reasonable. You have to know who you're debating, obviously. Number one, if I come to you and say, hey, for instance, Jim Bob. Jim Bob's a fucking fighter, right? Jim Bob is the fighter of all fighters, and he is one of my favorite debaters because he's crazy about what the fuck he's talking about. But he's also incredibly intrusive, right? So if I said I want a crazy debate, I'm putting Jim Bob on that shit. Jim Bob's my number 1 man.
I like it.
Yeah. Jim Bob 110% is my number 1. He's my number 1 favorite debater. If I would know, I want him to throw the fuck down. But if I know you as a debater and you cannot handle the Jim Bobs of the internet, I'm not putting you up against Jim Bob.
Well, that's the thing, though. I don't think you, and this is going to sound very crass for me to say this, and I don't really give a shit how this sounds. But I think that if you don't have thick skin and you're going to get into this industry and you don't know how to operate indifferent in a debate, I don't think you really have the tools for this. If you're sensitive, you're easily controlled by the other party and sway. Your critical thinking goes down the more emotional you get in a debate. And that's the thing, though. That's why I've gravitated towards this arena, because I know how to function in that arena. I've done law enforcement for 13 years. I know how to de-escalate really well. And that's not to say that that could mean shit in a debate, right? But I know how to go ahead and monopolize all these skills that I've learned throughout the years and then gear it towards funneling towards the enemy when it comes to this and not being manipulated. So I think that, it takes a special type of person to gauge the debate and do this really well. You can't be doing this and not be competent. You're going to lack confidence and capability of doing this. You're going to just be shit. So.
Yeah, no,
What about that?
agree.
It's the internet
I
in general
agree.
too, because the internet you gotta have thick skin for, because people are gonna come at you either way. I mean, even with me, with my stuff, I get.
They're
all
gonna hate you. They're gonna hate you. Either
They're
they're
gonna
gonna
love
hate you or they're gonna love you.
Yeah.
Right. And it's up to you to decide what's more important to you. Right. So like when people say, yeah, I'll take on a debate with Jim Bob, like if you don't know how Jim Bob interacts, especially here on this channel, like Jim Bob loves coming over here. Why? Because I let him have his free reign. I let him talk all sorts of stupid shit. Right. And if you didn't do your homework and you just accept that debate as is,
You're foolish.
that's on you.
Yeah.
That's fucking on you.
I agree.
Right. But like, if I set you up with a hardcore debate in something a little bit more serious, where they're not like necessarily ad hom and they want to have the discussion, so on and so forth, totally different topic.
Yes.
But overall, like, if there's a debate over here on the Raging Tomato, you know it is 110% going to be a shit show, because I allow it. I allow you free reign to fucking fuck shit up.
Well, that's also good too. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally,
fuck
let me
up.
come on in a ranger suit and like this, and that's
I love it though.
That's why you're gonna have people that love you, Daniel. I mean, you're gonna
Can you
appeal to
boys?
everyone's sense.
I'm gonna go tinkle. Can you boys chit chat for a moment?
yeah, we can handle it. We
Okay,
got it.
yeah, you're gonna appeal to people's childhood when you do this. I think that when you gravitate towards people's childhood, they tend to lower the guard a little bit when it comes to certain things. I think that if somebody's really attacking you, they've got to have a lot of vitriol when it comes to like their point, and also it shows that they're an absolute asshole if they do this, because they're literally attacking like a persona of what we've lived in our childhood. They're not attacking you. They're attacking whatever they could make as a monolith of what the Power Rangers and childhood cartoons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's not just you they're attacking the representation of what you have on too. So we also have to consider that.
You know what's funny is it's what got me into martial arts and working out. Power Rangers. Just like, hey, I want to be as cool as those people, because that's what the show used to promote back in the day, and then they stopped it in I'd say early 2000s and especially 2010 and after that.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. And that's the thing though, is there's a familiarity with growing up with childhood TV shows and things like that. There's this familiarity like bleeds over into other areas of your life, and somebody brings it up and, hey, we have that in common. We both like the White Ranger, you know, things like this. So it's like it's a discussion. So that's why I'm circling back to this. It's like they're not just attacking you, they're attacking what you are representing as well too. That's why even today, I'll even say this too, like a case in point, me being a IFBB pro bodybuilder, I'm being attacked. I get called a steroid head all the time, pencil dick, all these other things. And it's like, yeah, I get that. But do you have a real, do you actually have a real claim? Do you have a real grounding epistemic foundation of where you're coming from or anything? And most of these people, it's like, if they're attacking you, it's not you who they're attacking. It's like, in debates, we hold mirrors up to people all the time. And people don't know they're dismantling themselves while they're attacking you.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're not self-aware. Like the people who I know come at me, they're usually out of shape, or they're not like, oh, he's not a real martial artist. It's like, oh, okay, really? Let's say that to my, black belt. Like I got the plaques and stuff, but they just don't. Plus, like the show allowed me to be more creative like this. You're seeing the creative side too. So it brought out many different facets.
And people assume all kinds of things depending on how you look and how you present yourself and things like this. Somebody could say, well, you're not a martial artist because you wear that. And it's like, but how do you know? Can you prove that?
Yeah,
And most of this time it's just ad hoc shit. And it's like, really?
Well, see what I was just demonstrating. I was doing his poses, and most
But
people.
this is where like the thick skin comes in place, right?
Exactly,
So being secure with yourself and knowing like, yeah, I'm a fucking black belt level 7 degree, whatever, blah 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 blah. Like knowing that and knowing that like the proof is in the pudding. If you want to fuck up and fuck around and see what happens, fine. Find out.
Yeah, I guess. So here's the other part about having a thick skin too. I think that if somebody was talking shit about me and I'm a fat ass and then I cheated on my wife, I could then turn around and say, yeah, I cheated on my wife and I'm a fat ass. And it's like what Eminem did in 8 Mile. He was talking about all his shit, and therefore the enemy didn't have any ammunition to use. And it's like, so we have to think about things like this too at the same time. Having thick skin isn't the amount of abuse you can take, but it's also what you can then turn around and accept. It's like, so we have to think about these things too in terms of like battle strategy. So I think that if somebody's saying something anti-inflammatory towards you, it's like, that's why debating stupid people is hard sometimes too, because they can't get beyond their own things, their own self. Like somebody said the other day, they could say, well, your mom's fat. Well, do they really know your mom? Is she really fat? Whatever. Do you actually have an argument? It's like, so, there's all these things that we could think about, but having thick skin isn't just being able to just endure. It's just able to just see through the BS that they have.
Yeah.
That's a big piece. That's actually a very big piece. And a lot of people take shit way too personally.
Yeah, they do.
And we have to recognize like I'm a character on a screen. You're going to attack my character, but you're not going to attack me. Right? So if you recognize that, oh, they're just attacking the character, whatever, so on and so forth, blah, 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 whatever, your mama, whatever. Right? Like, okay, you're attacking the character, but you're not attacking me. And sometimes I want to scream this out loud on every fucking panel I've hosted, because it's like, oh my God, like, please stop taking it personally. But they take it personally. They take every fucking thing personally. And that's where the opposer fucking wins.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Because that's the thing, though, is like you can attack, any descriptor of people and things like that, the way that people present and everything. But I mean, there's some grounding belief or basis at which the whole thing, when you boil it down and strip away all the layers, there's that one thing, and that's that substance that you have to go ahead and contend with. At the end of the day, I can say you're blue hair, this and that, and I can have an argument and state anybody with blue hair has fucked up credit and has horrible, unstable relationships. Is this true? I've seen it a lot, but can you prove that just by having blue hair? You would then need to go ahead and strip away everything out, subsurface level and everything else, and then go to like their belief system, definitions. And this is why people attack Andrew constantly, because they can't even get past semantics, so which are extremely important, and they just stay in ad hominems and shit. So
I will agree. They attack that he smokes or drinks on screen or whatever. Right. Like, well, I mean, I kind of do too. Like, I'm shit-faced right now. I can barely see the screen. I'm gonna be reluctant to hit the end stream button. But like, so what? So the fuck what?
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with the actual argument in front of you. Like the argument in front of you is XYZ, and you're talking about JKL. Has nothing to do with it. Yeah. But I guess discrediting the argumenter would be a way to. It is a direction, but it's not a winner.
Yeah. It's definitely not. It's just like to me, I think that's like the appetizer that's at the dinner. It's like, yeah, you could go ahead and choose appetizers, but once again, even ad hominems are a preference. This stuff that people don't really talk about that deep. but it's like, because it's not really going to be the knockout blow in a debate. They're more like finishers, you know, the guy dancing around the ring and stuff like that. That's really what that is. After you knock somebody out, then it's great because that's flair. You know, in Office Space where she had to put the flair on and everything else like this. Yeah. That's not exactly the service you're getting. That's just the presentation and what looks like whatever it is. It's not really what's going to bring you your dinner at the end of the day. And I know I'm throwing out these examples and stuff, but this is what I'm saying. I think that a lot of people do not really have debate skills. They say they like debates. No, they just like arguing. There's a huge difference between the two, and there's a huge distinction. I try to debate people on Twitter, but they want to argue with me. Thus, it ends up being some stupid emotional debate, and they end up bleeding feelings all over the place, and that's all they have.
Fuck your feelings.
Yeah.
Fuck your feelings.
Sometimes the insults they throw aren't even that good. Like I had one guy last time I came in here. He said, "Tell the martial arts guy to do martial arts." I was like, okay, so you're basically telling the entertaining guy to be entertaining. It's like, okay, I'll do it. And it's just, they weren't very good. It's like, what are you? Like it wasn't even a good insult.
Yeah, well, some people aren't really good. So here's the other thing too. You can't really teach charisma. That's another thing too. And you can't teach entertainment. Meaning you can't tell somebody, hey, I need you to be entertaining because you either are or you aren't.
Yeah, and
something you can't really teach. I mean, of course, look at you go right there. That's like, I mean, we have like skill, and then there are things that you can inherently coach, like charisma. That's one thing too, because you either are or you aren't. I know I'm saying the same thing over and over again.
No, you're fine. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, there are people out there that don't really have the voice. I mean, you have I forgot that guy's name. Anyways,
well, this is why we like the way I run for Mod Monday. Like, if you come to me and you're like, "Hey, Sarah, I saw you. I'm a big fan, and I have like 200 subscribers, and I want to debate somebody." Okay, what's your debate? Who do you want to debate with, and what's your prompt?
Right.
Like, this is exactly why I'll say, sure, I'll give you the platform, 100% give you the platform, but I have to be able to mitigate it by subbing in somebody with bigger subscribers or something, or like something. I have to measure it. Like, it has to be measurable. Number one, it has to be a good enough prompt. Number two, you have to have a good enough voice. Number three, you have to, like, I have to be able to compensate accordingly, you know, with somebody bigger or so on and so forth. Like this is exactly why the numbers have to be numbered.
You have to create a product.
Right.
I mean, I'm just going to cut through what you're saying and just say that. Let's just be honest. You have to create a product. And if you're pushing a product, it has to be a premium quality product that reflects you. Because if they ever say, hey, did you ever see Sarah Tomatoes thing the other day that she put out? They're going to have some metric in their head of what that looks like. And if it's a really shitty product, they're going to be like, yeah, maybe I've heard of it. It's like, so you want something that you put out that's going to be a good reflection of you and what you have as far as quality. Because whenever they hear things like, you know, they hear about the Crucible, they're like, oh shit, that must have been a contentious debate. Well, why would people say that? It's because things that have been on the Crucible have been really contentious. So, I mean, if I start a channel and I want to put out a really good product, for one, you have to have a decent voice. For two, it's good to enunciate your words. Ebonics doesn't really truly work.
Dear God, yes.
It's like, and then number three, it's like you have to have some kind of persona about you, some kind of entertainment value, thus being like charisma. Things like this are extremely important. And all this, like you can't divorce this from channel numbers. It's hard to do that because for people to have good channel numbers, these things are in addition to what you have. And the more of these quality things that you can't coach that are in addition to this, like your channel numbers grow, and this is all good. Like you have to have this. This is what content is. Content is providing these things within these layers that people don't talk about. Yes, you want to have a good channel. Things are great, right? You have a good opponent. And let's say, Sarah, you have a good debate prop, right? The person gets on there and they're an extreme introvert. They can't talk worth a shit. They have no personality, nothing. And it's like the you know, what's his name? Bill Stein, the guy that's a Bueller. And you just have a shitty voice. I mean, even a person with a shitty voice can have some kind of charisma, but if you have shitty voice, no charisma, no nothing, It's like, fuck, this is a shitty, like, I'm not going to get any numbers. You're not helping my product. This is Cheryl's shitty product she's putting out there. Why?
Right. Yeah, there is, I mean, there is a certain type of like a algorithmic. How do you say that? Algorithmic.
Hey, she said she's trash. So hey, I'll give you a
Okay, the bottle's done.
You're
all right.
good.
Yeah. The bottle has been done. You guys, ladies and gentlemen, you sponsored a full bottle of Vouv. I'm officially shit-faced. It's done. Like I am trashed. But there is a formula. There truly is a formula to recognizing it's peopling the people, right? There's an algorithmic value.
You said it. You did it.
I did it. To putting together a panel. And when I put together panels, I recognize who's on opposing sides, like who has the big voice, who has the little voice, who knows what they're doing, who's the big guy, who's the little guy. Like there's a calculation that in my head, like I put together and I think like, oh, that would be a good pair. Right, like Rachel Wilson. Oh, thank you, Rachel. You're so kind. Thank you. Listen. She's the biggest bitch ever. I'm not allowed to say she's nice. I'm not allowed to.
The Wilsons are pretty based.
She's really the nicest person ever, but I'm not allowed to say it. She's a big bitch. I fucking hate you. No, I really love you. You're incredibly sweet. No, seriously. When I like ran into her, most nicest, kindest, sweetest.
Wait, hold on.
Heartwarming person I'd ever met in my life.
I want to disagree. I'm going to push back.
She was just like, Sarah, come over, come hang out.
You ask the Sewing Circle Christians that on Twitter, they're not going to agree with you. They're going to say the
fuck them. I don't give a fuck. I you know what? I'll tell them face value.
Yeah.
Nicest lady I'd ever met. She's a big bitch. She hates everybody. Fuck all of you. She hates nicest lady I'd ever met. No, she was so sweet. So like the Wilsons were incredibly like kind, thoughtful, incredibly welcoming. It was like a welcome wagon from heaven. Welcome. It was so thoughtful. It was so sweet. But like for instance, I paired in my mind, I paired Rachel and Jake Rattlesnake and Rachel
Jake
Wilson up. And I told them, I said, I have an idea, but I have to find the opposition first. You know, but like the reason why is because I know that Rachel brings one certain factor and Jake brings another certain factor. Would I pair like Rachel up with other people? No, probably. Like it's like there's a whole algorithmic factor in my head. Did I say it right this time?
You said it right.
There's a whole factor in my head on like how to people the people, who works well with who, and who like needs the mic the most, who doesn't need the mic the most, who's willing to not like take the mic the most, who's willing to do this, you know, who does that, who does this, who, you know, the brains versus the brawn, so on and so forth. And there's a whole like factory mode to it. And how you operate. She's laughing at me. She fucking hates me so much. Right? She's like, stop saying I'm so nice. Stop telling people I'm nice. They have to believe I'm evil. Rachel Wilson. No,
this is like human resource matchmaking.
No,
actually.
you're look, she was so incredibly thoughtful and nice. Like the Wilson factor presents as incredibly wholesome. You get to know them. You walk in. It's a welcome wagon. Everybody that walks in that door that's a Crucible Crew member, you are incredibly welcomed. You are loved immediately. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, but it doesn't matter who you are, whether you donate $1, whether you donate $100. It doesn't matter who the fuck you are. They fucking love you no matter what. Fuck anybody else. The Wilsons are great people. Amen. Rachel, I'm sorry. I know you hate hearing that. The Wilsons are incredibly nice people. They're evil. They hate everybody.
You're supposed to do the
really
opposite.
nice.
Evil.
I know, but they're so nice. They're so
You just
nice.
do the opposite right now.
They're so fucking nice. Like, I can't even be mean. I can't even be mean. They were incredibly wholesome from the minute, literally, I walked in the hotel door. I was walking up to go check in. I run into none other than Rachel Wilson. Here she is. Here she is. Like, I run into none other than Rachel, and she's like, Sarah, hey, oh my God. And I'm like, oh my God, you're so tiny. And she's like, whatever. She's tiny. She's tiny. We're tiny. We are tiny people. Look, Rachel and I were tiny. If you look at I posted the picture on X, but we're tiny people. All right. We got the same memo to wear blazers and jeans. Life happens. We moved on. But I ran into her. She was so incredibly kind. She's like, hey, come on over. We're having a couple beers over here. Like, come hang out. Like, she's total bitch. Don't hang out with them. She was so nice. So nice. So welcoming.
I wouldn't get on the Wilson bad side though. That's
no. Look, you have to choose your opponents, and here's what I'll say. Like, okay, for instance,
you get what you deserve.
For instance, like Andrew came on the other day. I was hosting a debate with Andrew Wilson and Zachary Hubbard, the gematria guy, and Andrew's like, "Sarah, that fucking music's incredibly distracting. Shut the fuck down." Whatever. Okay, fine. I'll shut. You've earned your right. You've earned your keep. Okay. I can't debate that. Now, if Mr. Marte and Romano came on and said, Sarah, turn your music off, I'd be like, shut the fuck up.
I guess I gotta earn you shutting the fuck up with the music. It's okay.
But inevitably like he's earned
I don't mind that. I mean,
he's earned his right. He like I know that it is a privilege that he allows me to host his debates. Right? I'm not stupid. I know that he doesn't deal well with female content creators. Heard, acknowledged, and understood. Yes,
You're
sir.
like the less than 1% from what I
see. Exactly. So the fact that he even acknowledges that I exist and allows me to host his debates and even comes on open panels and requests these debates, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. The man, the man doesn't want the fucking music, fine. He doesn't get the fucking whatever. Yeah. I understand that it is a privilege to have him come on the panel. I understand that. Heard, acknowledged, and understood. Huh, as the Army would say. Huh. Yeah. Okay, I get it. No, hoorah is Marine Corps.
Well,
that's
you won't hear any complaints from me. I like what you do. So.
Huh is Army. Heard, understood, and acknowledged. But I understand and I acknowledge that. Fine. I get it. You're bigger than me. You're badder than me. You bring in the super chats. You bring in the people. You bring in the audience. I'm not gonna argue. I can't argue that. It's a privilege that you allow me as a female content creator to host the platform for you to debate. Understood. I get it. It's understood.
That's like a massive distinction from him and me and, Daniel getting on board and then trying to do the same thing and pull the same weight. Totally get that. So, I mean.
Right. But if you and Daniel came in and said, Sarah, we're on your screen, we're on your show, we're going to host this debate, or I'm hosting the debate and you're debating, and you're like, I don't want the fucking music. And I'd be like, you know where the door is.
Sarah, I will have you know that I'm not going to be small for long. I'm going to go ahead and work with my brand so that way that I can get to the level to where I can't say, hey, shut that shit down. And once I'm at that level, I'm going to remind you of this day. You'll rue the day that you said this. And I'm going to go ahead and build my audience and then get to the point to where I'm steamrolling people in debates.
And you'll remember this day for the day that we helped you get your fucking mic working right so that you can go on and do greater things.
I'm gonna
and
hold
not
this
sound
out.
like you're in a fucking fishbowl.
I'll hold the L on it. I'll definitely hold it. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, lost my first one.
Yep,
Raging
it's
Tomato.
gone. It's gone.
Sir, you wonder any complaints from me? I like what you do.
I know. Daniel is always here, literally always here. He's always in the chat. He's always modding. It's always wrenching. He's always doing his job. He's always here. He's always in the posts. He's always in everything that the tomato is involved in. And mad respect and shout out to Daniel Romano. If you haven't gone and liked and subscribed and done something with his channel, you better go do so now before you miss out. All you 90s babies, you're missing out on your favorite Power Ranger shit revived, reimagined, and brought to you live by Daniel.
Yeah,
Thank
all
you.
this work and preparation putting on that suit. That's pretty
Oh yeah. Well, actually, that's sir.
I mean,
There's
that's
some-
maximum
there's a big-
effort if I've ever seen it, for sure.
Oh yeah, thank you. Actually, sir, it's a. I wanted to wear this for the big 5,000 because I haven't worn this since 2008, and it still fits. So wearing this is a big deal, and it's a it's my thank you to you for you helped me, and I want to help you. So.
Oh my
You
god,
might-
my little heart is breaking. Romano.
You're the best, sir. And you've been one of my biggest cheerleaders and supporters. So I can't thank you enough for helping me. So I had to come
fully
here and
support.
support
I
you.
fully support. I love that we have been able to help you. I think you have done a lot on your own. So you're good on your own. We're just like an additional oomph, right?
Yeah.
That's
But you
that's
haven't
all
made
we
it
are.
difficult for me. You haven't, because some people have made this thing difficult, but you haven't made
Really?
it difficult for me. Oh, tons of people. Yeah.
Well,
I've
fuck
lost
them.
people. Yeah.
Fuck them. We proudly support Daniel Romano and his 1995 Power Rangers reinvented, brought
Yeah.
back to life. We proudly support it. All of my millennials, stand the fuck up and throw tomatoes in the chat for Daniel because we love you, Daniel. We're big fans, and I'm glad you hit the 1K. And we're still gonna move you on. We're
Thank you.
moving on together.
And that's
How's
it.
it
We're
roll?
going to get you to 100K. I want to see you with one of those plaques back there.
That's only because you benefit from it.
How? How? It's your subscriber. Now, anyway, I want to see you hit the 100,000 because those a plaque like that behind you would be really cool to see. And you deserve it.
That
You
would
do
be
your work.
awesome. That would
'Cause you do
okay.
your own thing. You know.
All right. Are we
Let's
ready
get
for the
started at
good
100K.
news? Are we ready for the good news, bad
Bring it
news? I
on.
think we've lost like half of our viewers, but I don't give a shit. If you haven't stuck around, you're not loyal enough to know what the good news, bad news is. So, gentlemen, and to you, Mr. Romano, you got tomatoes all in the chat,
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
all
so much.
standing behind you. This is beautiful. That's what I love. This is exactly what I love. Good news. The Raging Tomato has hit 5K. To me, that was bigger than I actually anticipated. I thought I'd be sitting at 1K, 2K, maybe for a couple years. I didn't even anticipate any type of growth. This is kind of like big news to me as it is to you, but somehow we're here. But sidestepping from that, I am moving over to the Sleepy Tomato. We're going to grow the Sleepy Tomato because as much as I love to host the debates, I want to actually do content of my own. And I want to do evergreen content. If anybody's not familiar with evergreen content is shit that's always relatable. For instance, if I said to you, what are ethics? And you type that into YouTube or Google or whatever, what are ethics? It would pop up my video, and that video would be ever so relatable, whatever the video is, a 10-minute definition video of what ethics are. Going forward. So it would be evergreen, everlasting, as you could call it, something that is ever changing. But with that, I cannot add any more on to my to-do list. So I had to give up something. And what I'm going to give up are the sip-and streams, the Saturday night sip-and streams. Now, I will still offer Saturday nights up for debate options if people so choose it. When people come to me and they say, Sarah, we want to debate XYZ, and I give them a list of debate night options, Saturday night will still be an option for them. But I'm no longer going to do sip and streams, at least for a while. I might maybe do them once a month for shits and giggles, or every time we hit another K, whatever. But I have to give up something to be able to do something, because I already work a 9 to 5. Okay, that's 40 hours a week. And I already do the evenings with you guys. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 hours. 4 hours a week. So I have to give up something in order to gain something. So what I would recommend is you like and subscribe to the Sleepy Tomato. And I think based on my time frame and what I have planned, because I still have to set up the studio. I have to build another studio outside of the studio I have to build another set. I have to build that and do all sorts of things to create what I want to create. But I have to do that, and I think it'll take about a month. But what I want to hear from you, chat, I'm not going to tell you what evergreen I'm going to put out yet, but I want to hear from you what type of evergreen material you actually think you would like to hear from me. So light up the chat. Tell me what kind of 10-minute videos you would actually like to hear. Yeah, I love that fucked brain of yours. Yeah, it's crazy. It's scary up here. You don't want to get up here. Just avoid it. Okay, evergreen. Evergreen is content that is always relatable. So for instance, if I said to you, Chuck, I'm going to make a video on what the definition of ethics are. The definition of ethics lasts forever, right? It will never change. So if you type into Google, what are ethics? My video might be the top tier video that pops up to define ethics. So an evergreen video, it's a video documentary of something that is actually relatable forever. The debates that we do are current and niche to now. So the Raging Tomato debates, they're niche to now, but they won't last forever. The times will change, the people will change, the arguments will change, so on and so forth. Whereas if I do an evergreen video of the definition of what an elephant is, well, that definition will never change. So what it's harnessing is longevity. So I want to know what you would want to know for longevity, something that lasts forever. So why? Okay, thank you for that. What am I so confused on? What did I mess up on? Oh, thank you. Fuck sipping streams. Let's do a slurs day extravagant. Okay, slurs. So here's what I was thinking. Slurs Day Extravaganza is a great name. I'm rolling with it. I think we'll own it. But I think that I'll do the sip and streams maybe once a month. And that's only because if I have to give, I have to give somewhere else. I'm already maxed out on time, like to the point I don't sleep at all. So I'm okay with giving up a little extra, but I have to obtain, I have to give somewhere else, right? And the sip and streams are the least most productive, the least most mutually beneficial, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know. I need to sleep. What I'm asking is if the Raging Tomato could create content that is evergreen meaning something that is always relatable, never loses relatability, something like the explanation of geometry, right? What kind of evergreen information would you want to know? Or if you like the skits, if you're a member and you like the news from the Manosphere, maybe you just want skits from me. I don't know. But tell me what you want. That's what I want to know. In any event, I leave it back to the two of you.
So when we're talking about evergreen, would you cover topics on, let's describe what a woman is? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's contentious, but that's never going to change, or is it? So it's like, are we going to see things like that? If you're pleading to your audience to give you like descriptors or definitions and things like this, are you willing to accept things like this that you don't even know if are going to change? Because if they're doing this with women, how do you know if the elephant's going to stay an elephant?
It's actually insulting. I will say it not from you, right? It is insulting that we have to ask the question of what is a woman, because being a woman is incredibly exhausting. We bleed once a month, obviously, and for a full week typically. We go through an entire, like, you can calculate our phase based on the lunar phase, right? And you can calculate our emotions, our PMS, or this or that, based on metrics and yada yada. And it's incredibly insulting to me that people want to try to be a woman in some degree, and claim womanhood in that aspect to that degree, right? To the degree of like, oh, I'm a woman and I bleed too. Like, no, you don't. Like, it's incredibly insulting that we have to go through this shit and you try to claim ownership of that thing that is particular to us. Like, we own the ability to be a raging fucking bitch once a fucking month on purpose. We own that. Step the fuck away.
Is that like Raging Tomato? Is that the same thing as owning?
Well, the Hormaxer, who you met earlier, was the one who actually named me, because I get read a lot. I'm Irish, English,
This
Scottish.
like the Sarah lore we're getting into.
This is the Sarah lore, which most of my chat knows and is fully aware of, but I get very red on screen just by being on screen. But he was mad at me one day and said, he was like, you're fucking red like a tomato, you're the Raging Tomato, you're a raging fucking tomato. And I was like, oh, I like that name.
That's
I
how
really like that name, and now I'm the Raging Tomato.
Nice.
But if Hormaxer had been smart and claimed, trademarks to the Raging Tomato, he'd be making a lot of money right now.
I suppose. So I have a question though, Sarah. Hopefully you're not too trash to answer this. So how you said it's very insulting for women to then be called women by people who can't be women or define what a woman is. And like I was saying, they might even change the definition of what elephant is. So women have been viewed as oppressed, and because of revisionist history and feminism and all this other stuff, women are just so oppressed, right? Do you think that a lot of this victimhood is a part of that identity that they wish to adopt, because being a victim is an identity that people want? Do you think this is a part of that?
I don't think women are oppressed.
I agree.
To start, I think that like if I stood up next to my brothers and in the three of us were up for like the same job, I think I would have the upper hand. That's starting out right there, hands down. And the three of us have very similar backgrounds in terms of our degrees and our accomplishments and so on and so forth. We're like, I followed my brothers, so like the three of us ride very similar in everything. So I think as far as like if we were to all three of us apply for a job, I think that I would be the one to get it. I don't think I'm oppressed. And then as far as, hold on, you had a kind of like a,
I think it's the perceived victimhood.
okay,
That's false,
so
I
I think like I'm gonna speak a little awkwardly right now, because I am okay if men want to pretend to be women and women want to pretend to be fine. Fuck it, I don't care. Like like how I know you, how I met you is how I treat you. Right? If I know you to be feminine, if I know you to be masculine, I'm going to treat you accordingly. So if you act like a girl, I'm going to treat you like a girl. If you act like a man, I'm going to treat you like a man. But as far as like men acting like women to some degree, I find that to be I failed as a man, therefore I will succeed as a woman.
I mean, I could see that. But
that would be like if I went to high school and was a freshman for a year, I'd do really fucking great.
Right.
In all aspects, because been there, done that, and I'm cool, and I can buy you liquor, and I can buy you cigarettes, and I'm fucking cool because I'm cool. Right? Like it's easier to downsize yourself. And I do think as men, as don't quote me incorrectly. Don't quote me incorrectly, but I do view men as a superior to women in a lot of things because you're stronger, you're smarter, you do better, so on and so forth. Heard, understood, and acknowledged. Right? So if a woman tries to be a man, right, it's a fucking challenge. That's why Nike promotes all of these, anything you can do, I can do better, because women trying to do men things, we have to push ourselves and we have to try extra fucking hard in order to qualify with the lowest standard of a male standard, right? Understood. If a man levels keyword down to a woman's level, well, that would be like me going into the kindergarten class and being like, bitch, I can draw a fucking Picasso. Well, you can cut and paste. Good for fucking you. I can draw a Picasso. Right? And they think I'm God's great gift to earth because I can draw a fucking Picasso, while they can like snip, I can glue and paste. Right? So I think it's almost insulting. It's not almost. It is insulting.
It is. It's
in a lot of aspects. And this is the problem that I have with like the men who are trying to take it, particularly. This is where I have the issue, particularly, is where the men are taking an advantage of like women's sports. And they're like, well, I failed horribly in the men's category, but I'm going to come over to the women's side and I'm going to like take the gold home. Well, no shit, Sherlock. We know you're better than us. You're a fucking dude. You were physically built to be better than me. Heard, understood, and acknowledged you're better than me. Good for fucking you. Get the fuck out of my category. That's insulting. That's a fucking slap to the fucking face. I think it should be shit on. I think it should be shat on. And I think it should be shat the fuck home. Like,
I'm gonna
go ahead.
I'm gonna rephrase my question a little bit.
Okay.
Do you think that, with this identity, I'm just gonna circle back to this, with the identity that people use as far as victims, they perceive women to be oppressed and oppressed class to some degree, because this has been propagandized to us as a nation. This is through history, which is rewritten, and everything else with women. So if you take a man and he is like, okay, I'm just going to cosplay as a woman for a bit, and I'm going to go ahead and wear fabrics, hair, whatever I need to do, I'm going to use this to shield myself from suffering and having a masculine burden of performance in society, so that way I can get into spaces I'm otherwise not allowed to be in, granted opportunities, because you can't hit a woman, thus you can't hit me too. And it shields yourself from a certain level of burden of performance that you have to do, thus granting you some perceived advantage in society. And my question is, do you think that this perceived victimhood is used as an adaptation, of pseudo adaptation in society by a lot of people?
So you're saying that the men who try to portray as women use it as a way to get away with not
Yes.
having to deal with manly things?
And they can't. So, like, for me to get one up, attention's currency, I think, in society. And I think that that's why you have the prevalence of OnlyFans and everything else, and, you know, clickbait and everything. So women wearing half naked stuff garments on Instagram, she's going to get 5,000 likes on there. And she didn't even say anything philosophical underneath the comment, you know? So it's like, she's going to get a lot of likes. Whereas I get on there and I'm topless, you know, with a shirt, it's like norm, right? But attention is like such a currency in society that now men have used this as an adaptation, I think, as a measure of also shielding themselves too from criticism. And also not only this, but to gain access to places they otherwise wouldn't have. And I think that this is like, I'm not going to say it's an adaptation, but I think people are using this and taking advantage of a system. This is like a loophole that they've done. I think with this administration, it's running its course, obviously. But my question was like, do you think that they're using this to not only gain attention, but also to shield themselves? Because, you know, they're one of the most protected class, this LGBTQ and everything else. You can't attack them. You can't do anything else like this. It's not only used as a shield, but it's also used as a key to get indoors you otherwise wouldn't get into, and everything like this. And that's my premise, I think. I think that
No, I think you're right. I think there is, and I'm not speaking for all, right? Because there are some great transgender people that I've met, interacted with, platformed, so on and so forth, who I would give all hail to, because they own their shit. They own their shit. They own who they are. They own it 110%. They're not here for attention. They're not here for like the pulling, the dragging, the whatever. They just recognize who they are, what they are, and they own the fucking shit out of it. Like, there are a lot of exceptions out there, and I recognize that. You want to be this, you want to be that, whatever.
Well, hold on real quick. You just said there's a lot of exceptions. That's kind of a contradiction.
There are okay. Here's how I'll say it. Okay. Well, because you were honing in on the attention factor.
Yes.
I recognize the attention factor. The attention factor is a fucking cunt. That is a fucking cunt. You are utilizing the women for what we are, and you're tapping into our field and trying to hone in on it as a way to like, oh, look at me, like now I'm a woman, blah 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 blah. No, fuck, bitch, get the fuck out of here. We don't want you. Get the fuck out. No, you can't come in and try to harness ovaries and utilize the shit that comes with owning ovaries, even though you don't own the shit that comes with fucking ovaries, and own that as a piece of like, well, it's kind of like that time of the month. No, bitch, it's not that fucking time of the fucking month for you. Get the fuck out of here. You're not any of this. But there are a very few exceptions, very few, who I believe they truly believe these factors. They believe who they are. They own who they are, but they also don't take away from who I am. They don't try to tap into who I am. They just try to own who they are. There is a vast difference. There's a very strong difference. There is a very strong difference between that, and I respect that wholeheartedly. So there are very few exceptions of the male to female, female to male, whatever, who they know who they were, they know who they've become, and they say, look, this is who I am, this is who I was, this is what I've become. If you take me, that's great. If you don't, that's great too. Like, I respect it. I'm not going to force it upon you. I'm not going to force it on your kids. I'm not going to force it to the mass pop society. Like, this is just, it's me. I've accepted. This is my crazy. I know who I am. I know what I'm doing. You know, I get it. If you want to accept me, great. If you don't, whatever. Right. That's who I actually respect. They hone in on the idea that, like, look, I acknowledge that this is not normal. I know.
The older subset of Transformers from back in the day that don't like this new set that's a pseudo
The
classic.
new set, the news that this. Well, I won't gear it towards like the new versus old, because like there could be old versus like whatever.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, if anybody comes in and tells me you will call me a this, you will call me a that, I'm like, the fuck I won't. That's untrue. I don't like you sound like a fuck. We had somebody come on the other night.
Yeah.
We literally had somebody come on the other night. Dude had like arms, like, look, I mean, like, you can't see hair on my arms, right? Like, I obviously have feminine arms, right? The dude had like fucking hair coming out to here.
Wait, hold on.
right?
Does this mean I'm feminine? Because I don't have hair on my arms. It's
Well,
like-
what I'm saying is, like,
ahead.
I have
You were saying-
delicate.
go ahead.
They're thin, right? Like, these are girl arms, right? You could tell.
But he had full on hair, right?
But the dude was like 8-parent it and like this. He looked like he would fuck shit up. And he was talking like this, you know. He was talking like Mrs. Doubtfire, and nobody was buying it, and it was like, dude, like, nobody's buying it. You're obviously trolling. Like, stop being an asshole. Whatever, right? You know, but it's not even believable. You don't even look the part. You're dressing in drag. You're trolling. You know, XYZ, so on and so forth. You're just trying to be an asshole. That's how I took it, right? It was just being suspect. But if you like dress the part, you look the part, you are. If you're more feminine than me, I'll give it to you, hands down. If you have better makeup than me, if you dress better than me, if you can talk sweeter than me, if you can do your hair better than me, I'll give it to you, hands down. And I'm a pretty masculine
you're
girl.
better than me. I just tell them, hey, just have a child. Just have one.
Well, I look at that too. I mean, I will say it is insulting. That's where I say the insulting part is like you're trying to portray the portion of a female that, like, but you don't have to go through all that female shit. It's like if I came to you and I said, hey, I have 500,000 subscribers right now, what would you tell me?
Good for you.
No. Look at my channel. Do I have Do I have 500,000 subscribers?
Say you're lying to me directly to my face, of course.
Thank you. There you go. I have 5,000.
I'd still say good for you, but go ahead.
I have 5,000 subscribers, but I'm telling you, no, I'm big. I'm important. I have 500,000. No, I'm fucking delusional, right?
You are.
But the work that it takes, like the work that it takes to be a 500,000 subscriber channel versus a 5,000. Well, I actually won't negate all of the work, but the difference between owning that many subscribers, right, is very vast. Like, it's a very big difference versus like being a woman versus being a pseudo woman is very different. Like, the kind of shit we actually have to go through physically every month. It's not fucking fun. It's not fucking fun. Hands down.
No, they just smear ketchup down there and think they're a woman.
You heard it here first, folks. It's not fun. It's miserable. So for somebody to come on and portray that piece without having to go through that fucking piece and act like, oh no, I'm a girl too. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I
You don't
totally
know what that
understand.
feels
yeah.
like.
And that
But-
the crazy thing is,
But I will say there are a very small amount that I actually respect because they are more feminine than me. They may not have their period, but they're 110% more girly than I will ever be. And I think they earned it. I think they earned it. If you can out feminine me, you earned it.
yeah, I mean,
Fuck it. Because I'm not that girly. My daughter is like 110%. She laughs at me. She's like, how did you have me, Mom? Like, I'm such a girl and you're not. And I'm like, I don't even know. Like, she's like the nails and eyelashes and the hair color, whatever. Like, she's 110% fucking feminine. True, and true. Maybe I had to take on the masculine role in order for her to maintain that femininity. But that girl out-feminizes me all day, every day. If you can out-feminize my daughter, you win. Fine. Have at it. Fine. Take it.
yeah, it's definitely a different take. But yeah,
But if it's not believable to me that you can, number one, can you take on a fucking period? If I don't think you can, fuck you. You're out. Number two, are your nails better than mine? Is your face better than mine? Is your hair taken care of better than mine? Do you dress better than me? Do you act more feminine? Do you cross your fucking legs more than I do? You know what? Fine. You earned it. Take your keep. Take your keep. But if you act like a dude dressing like a girl, you want to just out sports me? You're not gonna you can't out sports me without perioding me. Not fair. Anyways,
I could definitely see that.
Remember when Bruce Jenner won Woman of the Year after only a year?
Crazy. I mean, men are beating women at everything, including being men. So there's
that's
that.
what I'm saying.
So they're
And that
taking the
pisses
reins
me
over
off.
womanhood now,
Right.
and it's like
And I look at like my daughter. She's incredibly athletic. Like she's having a lot of big schools looking at her. She's a sophomore now. And she's having a lot of schools look at her, and they're like, we're looking at big shit here, right? And I could only imagine a dude coming in and taking over that spot because he could outdo her. Of course he could fucking outdo her. He's a dude. I expect you to be better than her in sports. I expect it. But that's why it's women's sports. Get the fuck out and go compete with your own. Stay the fuck out of my lane, bitch. I'm going to sign out for a moment.
I mean, if they're going to have a women's sports, they should at least have a distinction for trans sports. And they should have a category where only trans people compete with trans people. And I mean, we're already talking about leveling the playing field by taking drugs out of certain sports and stuff like that. And also leveling the playing field by adding drugs and just saying we're just not going to test. So, I mean, there's two different categories we can go in. We can say, hey, there's a certain category that we have, right? And then we could just say it's either yay or nay. So I think that that's a solution to it. If you want to have, I'm just gonna say whoever was boxing in that Olympics with the Corals, that's definitely a guy to me. So it's like if you're gonna have people like that compete in the Olympics, they should only have people like that boxing other people.
I think if you are matched up, physiologically to men, you should be competing with men. Just because you identify as a woman doesn't mean and this is where it's insulting. This is the insulting part. We are weaker. 110% scientifically proven women are weaker than men. Hands down. We own it. Whatever. We suck. We get it. We are second tier to men when it comes to physical strength. This is why women have learned the survival resources. This is why women have learned be smarter in the brain, right? Because we know physically we can't outdo you, but maybe mentally we can outfuck you, right? This is where we've learned these traits. So if a man comes in and starts playing in our playing field, Like, there's a whole reason why Title IX exists is for women to have women's sports so that we can compete separately in the same sport, but separately. We want our own playing field. If you can't compete with the other dudes and you have to lower yourself to being a woman to somehow rise above, I'm insulted. I'm fucking insulted.
Yeah. So you have in bodybuilding, we have this too. So we have a lot of female pro athletes that are taking testosterone, right? It's almost like, if you have a 9-year-old doing conversion therapy, taking boatloads of like testosterone, how is this any different? You're putting something in the ontology is different, So women do produce testosterone, but it's such a small amount. But if you put a grandiose amount, the voice is
I
gonna
actually will say I produce more testosterone than most of these men that come on these panels.
That's
As my father would say, I've got bigger balls than most of these men on these panels.
But if you go to bodybuilding, and we could see this, women injecting copious amounts of testosterone, right? So we've already seen how this plays out. So even in my industry, at the world-class level, where women are very masculine looking, if you look from the back and they shave their head, you're looking at a dude, but they turn around and they'll say it's ma'am, because that's really a female bodybuilder that you're looking at whose development is extremely what you would call masculine. The voice is deep, the facial hair is there, everything else, even the enlargement down there happens for women too. So even if we have the top women who are taking copious amounts, they still can't beat the top men. So even in this sport, you can even see this. It's like an experimental testing ground of this. You still see the dominance of men. So we can see this at the extreme parts of this, and we can see this in Little League when guys are saying, hey, Timmy, you're, Samantha now, you're going to play with the girls. Timmy's still going to run circles and dominate. So it's unfair. You have to leave some spaces for women to have their own space, because what do women have left? And this is like
nothing. We have nothing.
It's extermination in mass when you're taking away spaces from people doing this. And I think it's totally unfair. I rail against this every time on X and Twitter when feminists are.
I could understand a woman trying to compete up, like level up on a man, like a woman coming up. Right, she has extra challenges to level up to the level of a man.
Yes,
like physiologically, everything. Like everything for if a female was competing in a male sport, like she has to level up. Understood, but for a man to come down to a female sport, he has to come down, like, or he just maintains and he just is superior already. Like we've seen this already in the numbers on the scores and stuff from men going from like 100th place to second place. 100th place in men's sporting events to second or first place in women's sporting events. Like we've already seen that happen, and it holds true. Yeah, it was the swimmer, Leah Thompson. I believe. And that's the insult. That's the insult, because it's like, bitch, if you don't have a fucking period, get the fuck out of women's sports. If you don't have to bleed while you're swimming and deal with tampons while you're swimming and deal with all that shit while you're swimming and work through all of that shit, then get the fuck out of here, because you don't know shit about it. That shit is a fucking wrecking ball in and of itself. Just to have a period and be a swimmer at that, two fucking worlds colliding. No, you don't have to deal with that. You got a dick. You don't have to deal with a period. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Especially swimming. Get the fuck out of my face. I'd think so.
Especially everything.
If you if you were born with a dick and you're not competing in dick sports, because everything. You failed at dick sports and you decided to roll over to vagina sports, that tells me you're a fucking weakling. you're taking advantage of something that, like, oh well, if I just identify as a no, go fuck yourself. Go no, until you have a fucking period, get the fuck out of here.
Well, this goes back to my point that I brought up as far as people shielding themselves from criticism, because people couldn't attack Leah Thomas because you're attacking a woman.
I'll fucking attack her all day.
But you see what I'm saying?
You, Leah Thompson.
You see what I'm
Fuck
saying?
you.
People use
Fuck
this
you
as a
because you're
shield.
not a fucking woman. You're not a fucking woman. You don't bleed once a
Yeah,
month.
yeah.
You don't deal with all that shit. Fuck you.
And that's
Fuck
what
you
I'm
up
saying.
the ass.
Yep, and that's what I'm
No,
saying. So
fuck you.
they will then turn this into a form of like protection and shielding, so that way a man can't do that.
No,
That's
there
what
is
happened.
no protection. No, fuck you. Women aren't protecting you, and the men look down at you just the same. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I agree.
Look, you're setting yourself up for failure because you try to step into the woman's side and be like, oh, protect me because I'm gonna identify as what. No, fuck you, because you're trying to utilize the vagina tactic as a way to harness a golden fucking ticket. And then you go into the men's side and they're going to look down at you because you're trying to be a woman. Like, well, fuck you too. Like what is
Yeah.
no,
And it's so obvious, too.
no, and no, you don't belong here. Either own your shit as you're a shitty fucking swimmer, or you convert 110%. Come over to the dark side. Come over
They
and be a
don't wanna-
woman.
they're
All
not ready for that.
come
They don't
over. No, I dare you. I dare you to fucking be a woman for a fucking day.
They don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
they
That's
don't-
dangerous. Leah Thompson,
Oh,
that's
God.
fucking dangerous. You don't want to be one of us. We're evil. We're manipulative. We're conniving. We're fucking devils. Don't come over to the dark side. Stay the fuck over there on the man's side. You don't want it over here.
They've legit
what?
stripped him of all his
Yeah.
titles.
Yep.
As deserved, because you can't just walk in and be like, well, all right, I am a high school champion swimmer and I'm going to go against a bunch of kindergartners today and I'm going to see how this works out. Hopefully I win. Gee, what the fuck's going to happen?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going to happen? Listen, we have to acknowledge and recognize that women are different from men. We're not as strong. There are women who are stronger than men. Heard, understood, and acknowledged. There are women that can kick most of your men's asses. They're out there.
I didn't say most, but some.
Believe it. There are quite a few. All right. But that doesn't mean that in those sports that they could kick all of the reason why the Olympians, the Olympians, you have your top 10 male Olympians and your top 10 female Olympians, but the female Olympians still fall right about here. This is
Right.
so males are here, females are here. There's a reason for it. We acknowledge it. Okay, we're weaker than you. Heard, understood, and acknowledged. But if you as a man are going to be like, how can I take an advantage of that shit? How can I go over to the female side and just rock out so that I can walk away with a gold nugget?
It's bad. It's all bad.
Come on, suck a fucking dick, man. Suck a fucking dick. I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. I gotta tinkle, guys.
Yeah, I think it's very disingenuous when people do this, and it's inauthentic. You can't encroach on something where you have copious, massive amounts of advantage and then dominate a whole set of people by doing this. It's a really, really shitty thing to do, I think. What if, I'm a pro athlete, right? What if I go down to some Pop Warner kids team and do the same thing that's, Sarah was talking about, and just dominate a bunch of 5-year-old kids? Of course, I can say I'm proud all I want to, but I'm going to get demonized by communities that are a majority than me. And that's what happened with Leah Thomas and everything. It's the majority was not in her favor, but this is one of those semblances where you have minorities then dictate rules that are subject to the majorities. And I'm strongly against this. This is really horrendous. I don't agree with that at all. And it's funny because people will say, well, no, they're just a majority. They don't matter. Well, why are we changing whole bathrooms in certain sections of nations and things like this, and pro sports and Title IX? All of this for just a minority. So surely this minority that people say, well, this doesn't matter. It's only majority. I care because they're making waves that are bigger than that minority should be making. And to me, that's horrendous. You shouldn't you wouldn't map this on anything else and have this count. You know, it doesn't make sense. We don't even vote this way. We don't say, well, only 3 people in this county voted for Ron DeSantis or whatever, and then 10,000 people voted against. Well, we have to consider this 3%. We're going to make Ron DeSantis the governor because of the 3% decided whatever. We don't do this with anything else, but somehow this is why it's nefarious that subset tiny group gets a pass. That's really weird to me. It's always been weird. This is why the majority is going to rail against this. And this is why we end up in the circle of getting back to Leah Thomas being stripped of her titles or his titles.
Well, with him, it was so obvious too. It's like, come on, look at that dude, you know?
Yeah, it's going to happen. Hey, I'm with Sarah on this. You know, it's like, I don't think me and Sarah would disagree with a lot of things.
It's an insult. It's a fucking insult. It's like, and it's heartbreaking. And I say this because, like, when it comes, like, I'll say this especially dealing with, like, my daughter. She's 15. Obviously, she's going through things, right? But like, you see in training, you. Like, I was 15 and going through training for my sports and like my athletics and so on and so forth. And you see females, you see a failure portion every month, like literally every month. There's a failure portion and you have to like revive and get through it and try to press through. And then, but you lose a lot during that, like you literally lose a lot.
You're talking about ovulation for sure. That 1 week.
It's miserable. It's and I'm not even talking about during your period. It's like before your period. It's not during your period. You're like okay, like I recognize, I know, I get it, whatever. But before your period, you like think the world's ending. Like you want to give up on you're like fuck the world. Fuck it all. Fuck it. I'm fucking done. This is the last stream I'm ever fucking doing. Fuck this shit. I'm done. This is what you go through this every month. You go through this like weird depression and like low value steamroll downhill. And you just think the world's against you and blah, 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 blah. And then you get your period. And then finally you're like, oh, it's just my period. It's okay. We're good. I'm not insane. Everything's fine. We're okay. It's good. I'm good. We're good. And then you go back. You go back to where you started off from. But you start here and then you go down and then you start back to here and then you have to work your way back up. And then you're starting here again and you go back down and then you build up and you work back and you're like, oh, okay, I'm good again. And then you get a little bit extra. Whereas men, you don't go through this. And, you know, fortunately for you don't go through this phase and you have just a consistent value inclination and everything's just always improving. Whereas women, we emotionally are like derived. Like we are just, I got to start all over again. Shit. You know, and that's what we have to do. And it sucks. It sucks. But
it's an unfair advantage for guys to be in this space. It truly
is. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of our space. Like if you don't have to go through that thing, if you don't have to go through that, get the fuck out of, because we have to work extra hard to even compete at the lowest bottom tier level as men.
I mean, it sounds like you have to even work to get out the front door.
We have to work just to compete with you.
Yeah.
Just to compete with you. And that hurts. That like it's insulting, right? It's very insulting in a lot of ways. But at the end of the day, like I own it. I own the fact that being a woman, I'm going to fail in a lot of directions and it's going to be harder, but I own the fact that, okay, I want to compete with you. And let's say you and I are competing for cross country. right? And I want to actually compete with you. I know that I have to work like 5 times harder to even be at a competitive level as you.
Sure. Yeah.
Owned, understood, acknowledged. I get it. But for you to come down to my level and then act like you fucking own it, get the you don't have to you're not going through as many challenges. Like, being a woman sucks. If we just acknowledge and recognize the fact that women have to go through this shit, like, and we can say, okay, women are the weaker vessel. Okay, heard, understood, and acknowledged, but acknowledge it, hone it, make it fragile, right? But don't take advantage of it. Get the fuck out of my league.
I word things a little bit different than you, Sarah, because I don't say weak, I say vulnerable. So the reason why I say this is because there's the emotion factor and then there's hormones and all the other stuff. So I don't think women are weak per se, because they have strengths and we both complement each other. I mean, we both get two ends of a circuit that come together. And if you think about it, that's the reason why I choose the terminology of vulnerable, not weakness. I think that's more fitting for women to say that they're vulnerable, but I would never say they're weak.
Women are also doing to God too.
Well,
because
I mean,
they literally create life.
Overall, though, women are weaker than men. Not in a and I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't. I'm a woman. I'm a woman saying we are weaker than you, right? And I don't take it as an insulting factor. I take it more as a compliment to say that I'm weaker than you. Therefore, like, take care of me, right? I look to you to take care of me. So in that effect, like, I'm not going to compete with you. I'm not going to try to be above you. I'm going to look to you and say, well, you're the stronger person. Fix it, fix it, fucking fix it. Right. So yes. I take advantage of it as being a woman and being able to say that, but I wouldn't take it as an insult to say, like, yeah, I'm physically weaker than you. I wouldn't say mentally. I don't think mentally we're weaker than you. I would actually think that we are mentally stronger than you, because we can look at the cobwebs of everything and the webs of everything and the complexities of everything, and we can like derive an answer from there. But where women struggle is deriving the answer, right? Like we go roundabout, blah blah blah, all over the place.
On that a little bit, Sarah. The reason why I push back on that is because I think that we're equally just as intelligent to some degree. I would never say that one side's more superior. Case in point, I'll give you a good point. Would you say that if the ship is sinking and then people are more emotional, do you think that the more emotional person would have their critical thinking go down because they're more emotional?
Yeah, actually, because if you're so emotional, like that's the person that has to be slapped across the face. Shut up and listen. Do what I tell you.
Right. So I think it's that we're equal.
And that's typically the person that I'm slapping across the face, saying, "Shut up and listen." Right. And I don't think all women have that, but I don't think all men have that either, because there are a lot of men I have to slap across the face and say, "Shut up and listen."
I think it's increasing nowadays, right? Especially
yeah, there's a lot of babies out there. Yeah. But I also think that when the survival mode kicks in, right, there are a lot. I think a lot of it comes from experience of survivability, trauma, so on and so forth. And people who are more trauma based have a natural inclination to survivability. So when the ship is sinking, those people are like, "Up, been there, done that. All right, let's just like roll with the punches. We're gonna figure out, exit strategy, whatever." Whereas the people who are more white picket fence oriented and didn't have any type of situations in their lifetime, they're like, "I don't know what to do. The fire's burning. Oh my God, what do we do?" It's like, bam, shut up, bitch. Get in line. Do this, because they have no inclination of like, hey, we've been here before. This is nothing. just shut up and listen, right? Like, just shut up and listen.
And that's
So
when the brave men come in, and
Yeah.
they. I mean, since the dawn of time, we've done things like men will go down and die on sinking ships as the women and kids float off. But it's been our honor and our duty to die with these ships and everything.
Well,
like that.
but men have also been more exposed to trauma,
right. We're
like
because
e.g. war,
Yeah,
right?
men
So,
for-
That's our
so
job,
it's
too.
more
We're supposed to do
natural.
that.
That would make sense that it's more natural that and I'm not saying it is an insult, right? I don't mean it as an insult. I mean
No,
it
no,
as
I
a
get it.
compliment. More men have gone through war and trauma and been there, done that. That if the ship is sinking, they're like, been there, done that, bitch. Shut up and listen. Bam. Get in line, shut up and listen, right? And these women who are white picket fence, oh, I've never seen this before. Oh, what do we do? Right? That would make sense that they would be more in tune to listen to what the man is saying, and because they don't know what's going on. But you put a woman, and this is why I say it's kind of, it might be more balanced on the scales. Oh, a female who has been trauma derived or, been there, done that kind of concept, she might have more inclination to dealing with this shit. And she's like, bitch, shut up and listen. And there's a fucking blue-haired soy boy sitting there whining his fucking pants off. And she's like, bam, shut up and listen. Get in line. Get on the ship. Shut your mouth. Do what I tell you, blah, 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 blah. It might be, it might actually harness an effect because she has logic and reason, because she's been there, done that. But what you see as we kind of trudge the trenches more now, more women have been going through more traumatizing events, right? You have rape on the line, you have SA, you have physical abuse, so on and so forth. And these are women who have just like dealt with shit, young, old, whatever the case may be. Versus men who have only grown up to play video games. So you have more women starting to kind of come forward and be like, bam, shut up and listen. Like you're a tard. You're not making any sense. In current stages now. In the current world, we have a lot of babies.
We're still going to have to contend with the amount of men that we have here that own the monopoly of force and that have to do the industrial jobs around us, supporting the infrastructure, which takes force. So it's like, you can understand, like, there's catastrophic events where women do then need to step up, but at the same time, you're still going to have to deal with force, the force factor. And I like I said, like you said, you're not offended by women being called weaker, but at the same time, they're going to have to contend with this. And I don't think women with stress and trauma are optimal as men. And I'm not
I agree.
But I think during this year, they're going to lose the war of attrition when it comes to this. And I think that's society's
what I think is what happens. Here's what I think is what's happening right now is we have a lot of wimpy men. And I'm not saying there are not manly men out there. There certainly are amazing and manly men out there. And they're great. And I love them all the more for it. They're sexy. They're manly. They like their pheromones just beat off their chests. Okay. But outside of that, there are some very, very, very wimpy, nasty, horrifically lazy men out there. And what's happening is those lazy men are mad because the women that have to deal with them end up alphaming themselves, right? The women end up masculating themselves in order to take over because it's a survival mode, right? So the survival mode naturally kicks in because it's like, oh, well, man's not doing something. We need to survive. I got to survive. How do I survive? Let me use my brain. I'm going to survive. And we're masculating ourselves and demeaning these lesser than men. And then these lesser than men come to the forefront and start complaining to other men, saying, well, she's being masculine and she's being this and she's being that. And then what happens is this because women, I think, can go back and forth. Women can go back and forth between being feminine and being very masculine. We have the ability to do that. Not only that, but we have the range to do that in society. I think we're allowed to do
I
that.
think that depends. If you have a woman that, and I'll give you an example of why I don't think the back and forth is like a universal construct. We can say this. If you have a CEO of a Fortune 500 company and it's a ma'am, is she going to come home and turn that switch off for her husband? I doubt that. It's going to be a very hard thing for her.
I'm
to do.
talking more along the lines of single mothers, single women.
Okay, a woman that's a high school coach of a team, and she's just like down the street, you know, one of those regular moms, and she also runs the moms club down the thing, and she has to oversee this. She's not going to come home and maybe turn this off for her husband. And she's an average woman.
I will say, like there are, like for instance, like with my children, I know that I have to be mom and dad in some aspects, right? Because I am essentially a single mom, and I do have my kids pretty much full time. So I have to lay down the law, but also at the same factor, I have to be mom too. So like, how do you put on the nurture, but put down the foot at the same time? But in the aspects of dating, like when I have dated, like as long as I can trust him, right? And it takes some time to develop that. But if I develop the ability to trust him, I develop the ability to be less than. And I'm okay with being vulnerable. I'm okay with being weak, and I'm okay with being submissive. But then I come home to kids and I have to be mom and dad at the same time. Right. So women have the ability to turn the on off switch. They have the ability. It's just when they choose the ability. Right. So if we can trust you and we know you're secure, we'll fucking go into like Lady Gaga playing in our heads all the bebop all day long while we're walking anywhere, which or whatever, while you're walking with us, and we're just like bebopping along, and you're taking over, you know what we're doing, you know where we're going, and we're just like, there's a song playing in my head. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just bebopping along.
I mean,
right?
That would be good.
But if you're, and I have been there. I have been there. I have been in the position where I've been with a man. Hold on. I've been with a man who has allowed me, I will say, allowed me the ability to where I can fucking bebop the fuck along, and I can be like dingy as a dingback, and doesn't matter. I don't have to pay attention. What are we doing? I don't know. I thought you were in charge. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here along for the ride. You just tell me where I'm going. Just point, aim, click, right? And then, then I'm back home with my kids, and I'm running commands, and this is my ship. We're running orders where we're in charge, like we're going drill to drill to drill to drill. Because that is a survivor mechanism. Somebody has to be in charge of this fucking ship, right? This is my house. These are my babies. And if nobody's doing the dishes or cleaning up dog shit or making their fucking beds, then who the fuck will, right? So I can't be bebopping along at home with my kids. Yeah. Somebody has to steer the fucking ship. Yeah. Somebody's steering the ship. But then I go out on that sweet date with the sweet man who's just like absolutely in charge, and I don't fucking give a shit about anything. I can bebop along all day long. I don't have to be.
There's a huge problem that's going on right now, and I'm just going to bring it up because I think there was a podcast. I sent in a super chat one time, and it was Gridwin Sports who was on, and he agreed with me on this.
The princess.
He agreed with me on this point. So, and I think the topic was single moms and being demonized, and I think you were kind of anti the demonization of single moms. I guess that to a point, but at the same time, I'll give you an example. What if little Timothy was the son that wasn't mine of a mom I was dating, right? And you were talking about, it takes time to earn trust, right? But I come home and then, like, let's say we just shack up and just move in together, right? It takes time, right? But Timothy has put holes in the walls, flunked his grades, and I am pissed because I had high expectations for Timothy, who is not my son again, by the way. And I'd say, Timothy, go to your room. You're done. All the electronics out of your room. You're done. Finito, whatever. And the mom comes out and said, you can't do that. That's my Timothy. Two things just happened, right? Language has changed between ours and mine. When you say mine, I have no authority. If you were to say ours, that would be great because I have leadership in the house
Mhm.
and I have some authority. But
Mhm.
guess what? I have all the responsibility of protecting Timothy from bullets, danger, funding his school projects, everything else.
Mhm.
But I have no authority in that house. How much true authority do I have that's genuine over even what my wife says, soon to be wife, whatever position she's in? So this is the reason why men stray away from single moms. And
I think and I think you're wrong there. That's a very hard turn, because as a single mom, if you and I were dating for a year and you decide, look, I love you, Sarah. You are the woman to be, and we've been dating for and I've gotten to know your kids the last 6 months, XYZ, blah blah blah, and I want to make you mine, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I'm like, all right, cool. And you would have to put a ring on it at least to get to that point, and then you move in, so on and so forth, blah blah blah. Now you are you are the man of the household. So if you say, little Timothy, Tomato Jr., go to your room, no iPad, no TV, no whatever for whatever amount of time, I'm going to come in and say what he said.
Do you
Why?
think that's the majority?
Because I think it should be. I don't know if it is. I can't speak for every single mom, but I can speak for my household, right? I can speak anecdotally. But I can say that, I mean, as long as you're not beating the shit out of my kids, we're not going to have an issue here. I think if you're putting hands on kids, that's where the contradictory issue kind of comes in, the irony, or the should this be okay kind of thing, because that is not your kid, right? Could a teacher put hands on my kid?
Oh no, that's a whole different issue, right?
Right. So
That's
I
okay.
would view that as the same grounding, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not their parent, right? So putting hands on a child is a whole nother ball
That's a whole
game.
different conversation.
But
for sure.
if you said, Tomato Jr., to your room, no iPad, no TV for a week, done, I'd be like, fuck yeah, Daddy said. Daddy spoke.
This is the thing that men shy away from, and I hear this a lot. I've done a lot of podcasts, I've done a lot of guest podcasts and all this other stuff. Most of the women, when I ask them, and this is like anecdotally, I can't say that this is an absolute fact, but when I ask men in social media and social circles, and I tell them, hey, have you ever encountered any situation where the mother's giving you some amount of authority to even say take away the iPad or anything like this? It's very rare that I hear this. And
Really?
It's a huge complaint.
I love it.
It's
Well,
huge.
like I dated a man. Was it whatever it was ago? But it was for quite a while, and we were sitting at the dinner table, me, him, and my 2 children, and my youngest. I think we were in the middle of saying grace or something, and my youngest was like goofing around, doing something stupid, and Daddy spoke. He was like, your mother's speaking, you will be quiet. And it was like, whoop, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I like this, right? Like the power that comes with the man behind the force, right? Like the power, like, let me reiterate this, the power that comes with the man behind the force. Because the child looking at a grown-ass fucking big-ass man with huge muscles and all of that to go with it is thinking, that dude could beat the fuck out of me. I should probably shut the fuck up.
I mean, I think it's beyond that too. The reason why I say I think it's beyond that is because there's a large amount of women, when I ask them, would you let a man that you dated for 3 months discipline your child with how they want to?
For 3 months, no. 3 months, no. I don't know you. I don't know you.
Right. I totally agree. I'm on your side. I agree with you, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, because most of these people, a normal relationship is 3 months to them. So it's like, for them to do this, you'd be shocked at the amount of women that I've talked to on podcasts where they're introducing their son the second week that they've met this person. I think it's ludicrous. I'm along with your example of saying you must get a marriage, a proposal released, a ring on the finger, all this other stuff, and then you could say all this. I'm on board with you 100% of the time with your example that you provided. That's what is going to happen. But that's not the majority of what happens in society when I talk to people. People aren't getting married because they don't want to go into this institution. That's not a covenant anymore. They're shacking up. They're moving in together. They're introducing kids together and stuff. And men are, and granted, these are a lot of irresponsible men I'm talking to that just want to say, hey, I'm stepping up and I'm going to be the stepfather, do this. Hey, kid, I'm Steve. You know, it's the second week I've met you, and this is what's happening in mass.
Well, why is he allowing that to happen then?
I would say,
I mean, like it would be like as if I put bleach and fucking Drano in a bowl together and said, "I hope this doesn't explode." Like, if you're a man, okay, like. All right, and I'm gonna chastise women here, and look, like, we are stupid in a good way, but we are stupid. We're very childish. We think very emotionally. So adhere to that emotional, irrational appeal when we're like, I'm in love, I love you, I want to be with you forever. Right now, that doesn't speak for all women, especially myself. We probably fucking hate you and we don't want anything to do with you for at least the first 6 months. But the majority of women fall in love very quickly. We're irrational. We're childlike. We are seeking to you to call the shots. Who labels the relationship? We know who starts the dating phase, but who labels the relationship, men or women?
Is that a question you're asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you. Who labels?
So this is the thing I would, and this is just my belief, and this is
If you and I started dating
I'd want
5 months ago, and I come to you, and I say, "What are we?" Who's labeling that fucking relationship?
that would be me. I'd say
Thank you.
I'd say you're my woman.
But five months ago, you would depend on me to even allow the opportunity, right? So women have the upper hand for the start of courting, for instance. But in terms of establishing the relationship, who has the upper hand?
Yeah, I agree.
That makes sense.
Men, right?
Yeah.
So you have the say. After we trade numbers, we go on dates, and we're agreeable, and we're continuing to go out with you. That means we're just like we're like a lost puppy dog. Okay, well, all right, you're still here. I still like you. You're still giving me treats. I'll keep Pavlov belling all of this all day long, right? But then it comes to a point where we're like, whoa, wait. What the fuck is this? You have the upper hand in that moment to say, we're in a serious relationship, bitch, you're mine. You don't belong to anybody else but me. Okay, fine. Pavlov's bell me some more. Give me some treats. I'm going to wag my tail. I'm going to look pretty, blah, 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 blah.
And to be honest, I think that's where you want to be as a man. You want to be the guy that's going to lead. Like, I'm not telling
yes. There's nothing that I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But what I'm saying is men determine where the relationship stands. So if she's a single mom and you know she has kids, if she introduces those kids to you anything within 3 months,
this happens a
lot. Run.
I agree.
Run.
Yes, I
run. Stop it and fucking, or tell her, look,
it's
hey,
becoming a norm.
Yes, look.
Yep,
if it's been less than 3 months and she wants to introduce you to the kiddos, say to her, hey, look, I that's a compliment to me, and I admire it, and I really take cherish in this. But I do want to wait a little bit longer because I want to ensure that if I meet the kids, like this is all or nothing, or whatever you want.
She's actually leading the relationship if you do that. If I was to actually turn that down and say, no, bitch, I'm doing this or whatever, to talk to her and say, no, you're not doing that. We're not ready to meet your kids and stuff like that. You're still in the leadership role. Therefore, also with your other example, I could then tell her, you're my woman. You're mine. I'm territorial. You don't belong to anybody else. You're completely mine. That's it. Enough said. Pass the Cheetos, whatever, right? And I think that we don't have like leadership, men doing this. Like that's a very leadership role, like thing to do. And I think that if I was to say, well, you can't do this, you can do this. This is what we're going to do. But if you let her do this, you're meeting the kids and then you concede. She's leading the relationship, therefore she's going to end up resenting you later on in the long run. I've seen this happen time and time again, and I think we lose the battle of concessions. Matter of fact, in relationships, when you start conceding too much, the relationship's leaning in her favor, and then she starts resenting you towards the end because now all of a sudden you're like, yes, dear, whatever she wants. I just got to ask to see if it's okay if I can hang out with the guys, and you become that guy. I'm not going to become that guy. And it's like, well, how do you prevent this? A lot of men set the standard for which and seals their doom later on because they don't have the fucking balls to sit and say, no, we're not meeting your kids. But instead, you have a lot of men that are led by their penis and will say, okay, well, this is a better way in. I can go ahead and do
Well,
this.
because if you meet the kids, then you can come stay the night on the weekends,
Exactly.
even while the kids are there, and you can fuck her while the kids are there. It's okay,
Exactly.
right?
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
So that's what I'm saying is like if it's been before 3 months and she's saying come meet the kids XYZ, like you're probably not gonna last. It's not gonna work. But if you can, because ideally, right? Idealistically, she should be trying to protect her children from you, right? Or any other person coming involved in her life. This is why my children are like I view my children as very well protected. Like if I'm not willing to introduce that person to my ex-husband, then I'm not introducing you to the kids. Right? Like, and I'm good friends with my ex. Like this is a good thing.
Is that your threshold to say, if you can't meet my husband, you can't meet my kids?
Well, it's more like if I know my ex, and not to say that he owns everything, right? But these are his babies,
I get
right?
that. Yeah.
But I look at it as like, if I'm not willing to introduce you to him, then why would I introduce you to the kids? If I would be embarrassed to say, hey, ex-husband, here's new boyfriend. We just met 3 months ago. Meet him. And he would be questioning that. If I would think that it's not the threshold of him, but it's the threshold of him for my children. That's how, because I respect his opinion over my children and their welfare, right?
If he's involved, I definitely understand that. That makes sense. for
Right.
sure.
So, like, would I be willing to introduce you to him? And if the answer to that is still no, if I'm not like sure, if I'm still hesitant about you yourself and where you stand in the world, and if I can't answer that solidly, then the answer is no.
Sarah, it's really bad out here because I've asked questions. I'm not going to be on this topic for long. I'm going to tell you because it's not a good topic to stay on, but I'm just going to touch on it just for a little bit. I put out a debate prompt for just to ask in general. And I just stated on Threads, I don't think that if you are the stepdad of any daughter that you should bathe or clothe anybody else's daughter that isn't yours. And I made that an absolute. The amount of men that came out to defend this was just ridiculous. And I was just
I think that does depend. And I will only say this based on when you came into the picture. If you came in early on, that's your baby. You've been changing her diapers, bathing her, and clothing her since the beginning. Totally different story. But if you came in and she was age 4 or 5,
that was my question.
No.
So my question was like age 8, age 4 to like on up, right? And that was my debate prompt.
I think that's weird.
And the amount of men that were stating, well, what if she's at work and I had to do this? Well, what would you do? You know what I said? I'd say I'd wait till mom comes home because.
Well, I think it depends. I think it's very, 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 very circumstantial. Okay.
I'd say never, but go ahead.
But I think you would have to be in the picture early in the picture in order to be changing her. Like,
this is 4 years old.
Would I leave? See, I had my daughter, and then I married my ex when she was 5, but she was already bathing and clothing herself by, like, I never had to worry about it. But
Yeah.
would I say, like, I mean, even my stepson, like, I didn't bathe, like, I was like, you're on your own, dude, here's your shit.
That's
You know,
why I
and he was like
say
7,
no.
and you know, I just, now if he came into the picture early on where those things would actually be needed and I would be at work and it would be needed, I feel like that's like you'd have to work up to that, but that would be a different circumstance. But if I came into the picture and she was 5, she's able to bathe and clothe herself.
Yeah, like let's say 3.5, 4. I still think that, hey, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that you do everything first before you leave the house. And then if I'm in the picture and then let's say I'm just coming in and she's 3.5, I'm not touching her with a
I
temple.
wouldn't, I don't think,
I'd say no.
see,
because-
I would have to be with you for a long fucking time to leave you alone. I look at it as, can they vocalize issues, right? So a
Right.
child, it's like, for instance, my daughter I didn't even put her in like daycare, pre-K or whatever until she was 4, because I knew before I worked it out beforehand, but like I knew beforehand she would never be able to vocalize if there were issues to me before age 4.
Okay,
If there was a problem, if somebody was doing something wrong to her at age 2, she couldn't fucking vocalize that to me, right? So to me, and unless you're of the vocalization age, and like that's just the starting point.
But Sarah,
Starting
this is what I'm
starting point. But
On
I
the
wouldn't
women's
like
side.
I don't think I would leave her. That's a hard one, because you
I
have to
would
trust
say-
them. You have to trust the man you're with if you have a child under the age of 5.
Okay,
I don't
let's
think
say-
I
I'll
would
even
do that. I don't even think I would do that.
I'll even
Really tough.
concede. I'll even concede, like the fact that she, like, let's say she can't vocalize, right? Let's say she can't do all this. This is just my thought process, and this is how I view things as a man, as a good traditional man. I would think, for my observation of women live in their heads a lot when it comes to emotion, when it comes to what if scenario. I don't know. What if he doesn't like the Oreos?
I
made?
immediately assuming you're doing something wrong. I immediately in my brain is the worst case scenario. So this is probably why I never married until my daughter was 5. Probably because
This is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting. If women live in their heads as much as they do in this emotional playground that they live in, let's say you come home and I just got through changing little Annalise. You weren't there to observe everything. You weren't there to see how I put down the outfit together, the everything else, and you realize that you got the panties on too, and everything else like this. You now weren't present for something that you have to fill with your imagination to wonder how this got put together. Do I want to be in your imaginary space of all this happening? No. This is why I have an absolute no of like, why did it say no? This didn't happen because she's
I
still
can
learning
see
to talk.
if,
I would say
if
no.
he was there from when she was in diapers and now she's like if he was there from, I don't know, let's say age 1 and now she's age 3 and we're still together and hey, I got to go to work. Like, can I leave? You know, we've been living together for a year. Like, we might be in a place, and I say might very delicately, because if that's your biological child, like you have a duty.
That's
it's
different.
a very different duty, and not even every man abides by that duty for their biological children. So I will even say it's not even a guarantee.
Right.
But I would have to 145,000 million% feel comfortable with leaving my child with you, especially if they're not vocal.
And guess what's
And
even
that
vocal-
to me, and even at that, I will say even at that,
Right.
And I'll say my ex-husband's was a really amazing because my daughter's obviously not his, right? She had her own different dad before I met my ex-husband. But my ex-husband took her on as one of his, like, just 110% took her on as if she was his own. No question, no anything. Like, anything she needed, he was there to tend to, just the same as our sons. But I would still say that even at that, I still view the accountability as being mine and her father's. So if I have to work and I have to work a weird shift and her father has to work, it is between her father and I to fucking figure it out. That is not for my husband. Like, that's not his duty. The duty is upon the parents, right? That's our duty as her parents to fucking figure it out.
Sure.
I never held that duty onto my husband. Never. He still took ownership of it, even though I never put it on him. And I still said, that's not yours to worry about. And he said, I got it, whatever.
It's still good for men to protect themselves and vocalize themselves, though, too.
He was still doing it because that was part of me, and he knew having me was having her, and it was part of the package. And he loves her dearly. He still, even being my ex-husband, fucking loves her dearly. He's a good man for it. Hands down, takes care of her any if way about it. But I still view it as the accountability and duty falls upon me and her father. And if him and I can't figure it out, then I go to my outsourced network, being our parents, our aunts, uncles, whatever. Like, that is the next realm. And if I can't figure it out, then I find a babysitter. If the babysitter, like, my husband would have ideally, in my mind, if she was like 2 years old, she wasn't, but like, if let's say she was 2 years old, in my mind, my husband would have actually, at the time, not being my husband, would have been the last person I would have thought to take on this duty.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been his responsibility. You know what I mean? I would have paid for the duty to be obliged.
But that's why marriage is extremely important, because it creates this semblance of duty that we have, because now we have an extended family, like an aunt that can then babysit for us and everything like that. Because now that we're destroying the semblance and institution of marriage, we're also destroying an extended family as well too. But people don't also talk about the benefit of this too, because they're actually destroying duty in the process of doing this, because now people are just popping up babies and there's this whole thing happening, and it's like, well, now we have baby mamas and baby daddies, when our grandpas didn't even have that lingo back in the day. They had grandparents, wives, mothers. There were real titles. Now we have like my baby mama this and baby mama that. Well, who's gonna watch Little Annalise? Oh, does she have an auntie?
I will say, like, my daughter, her family on her dad's side, I've been able to message them if something like absolutely crazy comes into play, and I'm like, hey, look, I am at a loss. I've extended myself out as much as I can, but I absolutely need X, Y, and Z to happen for this sport activity, and it happens to be near you. If I can bring her to you the night before, or like, and I work it out, right? But I know she has a good. I will say, like, I feel like I'm spoiled because I have a very good network in a lot of ways, and I like, for my daughter.
You say you're married, right? So that's the extended.
I was, we're ex now, but more recently divorced. But I have the network of not only my daughter's father, who actually, my daughter's father has watched my son before during like weird, crazy, absolutely off the wall, obscene circumstances. I'm like, can you just, like, if I bring her down, can I bring him down too? Like, it's for X amount of hours. It's weird. I'm sorry. And or can he stay overnight just for, like, it's weird circumstances. We have to do X, Y, and Z, and this is all going on and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure. No problem. And it's mitigated. Like, it's not even a thought process. So actually,
cool.
Huh?
This is why the institution of marriage is beautiful, I think.
Well, with my husband, like it was great. I mean, not only do I have the extended family of my daughter's family with her father, but I have the extended family of my ex-husband's family as well. And so I feel like we've only like networked more and have like, because they all, both sides, love both of my children. If it's their birthday, if there's their baptism, it's their Easter, their Christmas, they both communities come together and give to both children. And it's beautiful the way they do that, because they recognize that's your sibling, I'm going to give to your sibling. So it's really nice. I have no complaints. I think I've harnessed the best of both worlds, in terms of having like a baby daddy and then an ex-husband as well. Like I feel like I've harnessed the best of both worlds. But with that also comes great duty. Because I am the mom. I am the mom that is like, my children are with me almost 24/7. I am always here. I am always the Grand Central Station. I always get them to all their sports activities. I always get them to this. I always get to them that. So like with that comes great duty at the same time. Like
that's awesome.
am always the one that's doing and like I'm the one bringing the kids to everything.
Yeah.
So, you know, with that comes its fair dealings. But either way, would I let any child under the age of 5 be undressed, unclothed with a man I'm dating or with? I think it would take a lot of time. A lot.
You mean until they're over 5?
A lot of time before I actually am like, oh yeah, that's totally okay. Do it. Like,
but
it would take a lot of time.
Here's the problem with your premise. I think you say it's a lot of time. Then if you wait till they're over a certain age, they can do it themselves. You don't need to wait because you never had to do it. Thus, why even do it in the first place?
That's what I'm saying. Like, if like
don't even do it like this. Is
like
what I'm saying.
if they're not able to vocalize, then that
Right.
also means they're not able to do it themselves. I'd just rather wait till they can do it themselves and just let them do it themselves. Me, essentially,
Right, so
I don't
this
think I would
premise,
put
you
myself,
mentioned
even with like babysitters, like my nannies that I've had. I mean, unless like my youngest, obviously, when I was going through school, like my nanny had to give him a bath and put him to bed because the hourly timing of it. But my other two were able to shower and put their pajamas on and get themselves situated on their own, and they were old enough. But they were also in the house with the younger one, so I felt like you feel comfortable with that because your vocal children are there with your youngest who can't vocalize, you know, for your and it's a female nanny. It's a totally different ball game, right?
It is. Yeah.
Right. But they're able to speak on your child's behalf. If they see something, they say something. But would I hire a male nanny to do that? That's the real question you should ask.
Yeah, that's a crazy question.
No, the
That's
answer is
thing,
no.
though, is it
The
goes
answer
back-
is no. Just the same as so. Would I put a man
I
in
still
that
haven't got a
same
solid
position?
answer from you on this.
Would I?
though.
Would I? Here's my answer. Here's my answer.
Go ahead.
I kind of already gave this answer, but I didn't say it explicitly. But I would never put him in that situation. And I said this earlier, where I have a
You would agree
network
with me.
upon.
You wouldn't do-
I would. I have a network upon a network upon a network where I would start internally, like mom or dad, right? Mom or dad can't do it. Aunts, uncles, grandpa, grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles can't do it. Okay, now I go to my babysitters that I know and trust and have hired before, and are like 15-year-old girls, 16-year-old girls that I know they're not like, their intentions are very minimalized, right? They're just there to earn a buck and like text their boyfriends the whole time. So like, I would not put him in that position because I don't want to be in that fucking position, because I know any man in that position, bad things can happen, whether it be a weird situation for him to be in,
The optics of it.
right,
Right.
the optics of it, or
Exactly.
one wrong word can be said by the
It's a wrap.
child, and all doubt comes in immediately, right? So I would just, me personally, if they're below the vocalized age, which means they're obviously below the age of being able to do it themselves. Once they hit the vocalized age, they can do it themselves. They can shower and bathe themselves, right? So obviously I would just avoid the situation at all costs, unless, here's the only difference that I will say. If he's been there since the very, very beginning, like he's been just, I don't know, like he's literally been there since you birthed that baby and has been invested, then maybe, and how long have you known him, will heavily come into play. Like there's a lot of scenarios, like have you known him for 20 years and he's been there since the get-go, and you know, even then I'm still skeptical. You still, like every mom still would have that question in their head, what if? Because that's your baby and that is not his biological child.
This
so
is the debate
he's
prompt
not invested.
This is the debate prompt that I put up that I wrecked all these dudes in. It's like, they couldn't provide any grounding example or any even hypothetical where this would happen. It ended up boiling down to what you said. It's all the argument boiled down to was, oh, with the child not vocalizing themselves, but then you'd have to wait. But then by then you'd have to wait till they can vocalize themselves. Then they're changing themselves. You would never have to do this or be in a position to do this. It's hard to refute, actually. I love using debate prompts like this because this is a real world scenario and it's happening in society right now. It's something that people don't talk about as well, too.
It's a rough one, and I say that because I'm not negating the fact that there are great men out there who want nothing more but to be even to be a good stepfather, and that's why I'm like, because there are amazing, wonderful men, and I used my ex-husband as a perfect prime example. He's an amazing stepfather to my daughter. Like she calls him dad. It's like it's not even a thought process. She looks up to him. He takes care of her. No ifs, ands, buts about it. Anything she needs, Sarah, what do you need for her? I've got it, right? So he's an amazing person, and I know that he would mean zero ill will upon her, 110%. And let's see, I knew him for like 6 years before we even started actually dating, like actually traded numbers. Like I was an acquaintance of his. I knew of him. We spoke, whatever. But like we didn't even trade numbers for another, like it was like 6 years and we traded numbers. And then it was another year after we traded numbers before we actually started dating. And then like shortly after that we were married, and that was the end of that. Right. But like, so obviously I trusted him with a lot, but you still, as a parent, still recognize that biological factor. That's not your biological baby. Do you have pure good intentions?
And you can't undo this.
You can't undo it no matter what. Right. So wouldn't it be just safer across the board if it just never even gets into that position? If I just get a babysitter, you go to work your overtime, I'm gonna go do whatever it is I have to do, whatever, and I'll just get a nanny. Just don't be here.
Yeah.
You know, isn't it just much safer to do it that way? Yeah, just don't put them in the position.
Yeah.
And I think that also single moms with children between ages 1 and 5 should automatically be on the wherewithal of, I shouldn't trust anybody that comes into my life because the predators are fucking looking for you.
Yeah, they are. They're actually literally going to schools to work. They're moving into spaces of children. This is what they're doing. And this is happening, and it's becoming more prevalent. And schools are not actively finding solutions for this. Actually, there's not been one solution that I've heard from a proponent from a school system or a charter school or anything like this is put forward to the system to vet this out. But yet, perpetrators, I mean, we hear about things like drag shows and things like this, but absent even drag shows, perpetrators are moving into janitorial positions in schools and doing things like this. We even have this. It's very covert and it's happening. It's happened for a while. And it's something that we be wary of. You have school student teachers that are doing this with kids, and it's pretty bad.
Daniel, do you want to give your final thoughts before you head out?
Yes, I just want to thank you for having me, Sarah, for the big 5,000. This is huge. Hope you don't mind if I got a little more comfortable before I left, but I wanted to bust
a little more comfy.
But I wanted to wear that for you because it's special, and this is one of my favorite suits, and because it's a special one, so I thought I might as well wear it for special ladies, special costume.
Aww.
And it still fits too. Surprisingly, I haven't worn this since 08. So, but thanks for having me for the big 5,000 and hopefully 5,000 more. So,
oh my God, you're reaching for the stars on my behalf. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're gonna get Sleepy Tomato too to 5,000. We're gonna just do.
Yeah, we gotta shoot. We gotta shoot. I didn't even talk about anything I was gonna talk about tonight, but that's okay. Now it's gonna remain a mystery. It's good. But thank you, Daniel, and I'm so proud of you too, and all of your movement that you've been making. And we're so happy to have you as part of our community and everything. And you're a special joy.
Well, thank you, Sharon. I love you. You've been so good to me too, and I love and appreciate you. You're so nice to me, and just thank for always having me.
Always,
I really appreciate it.
Always, Daniel. Well, we'll catch you on the next round.
Yes, you will, and I'll try and be in chat too. I gotta put the costume away, obviously, but anyway, I'll still be in the chat.
All right, we'll see you there, Daniel.
Awesome, good to meet you, Daniel.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, we'll be in contact. You're good.
I love Daniel. He's so sweet. He's so incredibly thoughtful.
Yeah.
So what I recognize is that single moms are actually a target for predators. Single-handedly, hands down, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. In being a single mom myself now, especially, and being a single mom prior to my husband, like I knew I was up for predator territory. Hands down, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I think if you acknowledge that, you're actually more territory. Then they say that like single moms are like bitches and blah blah blah. Well, like we're more protective. We have to be more protective. We have to be more protective.
I agree. Yeah.
Like of who comes in our household and who's there and who's around our children. Like because you even just walking in the door makes you immediately some form of male influence upon our children. And if you're just a rotating fucking door in and out, well, now what are you providing to our children? Nothing. So I think that inevitably single moms have to be more mindful of the predators out there. So a guy could just get in right with you 3 months and come in, swoop you off your feet, stay the night over, and guess who the fuck he has access to? Every fucking child in your household while you sleep soundly or whatever.
Well, this is the whole argument against inviting kids to meet another person right away. Like in 3 months, I'm totally against that. And it's like, but if you talk to most couples on dating podcasts and everything else, which I've run the gamut on, you've come to find out when you boil everything down and ask, well, how did you two meet? Well, we were at the mall and this and that, we met. Turns out that they met the kids within week 2. And it's like, because they felt comfortable because he just was a good guy and, you met and all this other stuff. I put blame on the mother too, and the person as well too. It takes two to tango, they say, but she's the person that's gatekeeping these kids. And it's like who you meet, you're the filter. You're the grand filter for, people that these kids meet, what they're exposed to, their indoctrination, because everything's indoctrination. Because if I'm an Orthodox Christian, same as Andrew, they're being indoctrinated, like one thing or another. But it's like this is how they learn, and they're sponges. And it's like if you grant access to these kids like this, like I totally get your premise of like somebody coming through, but I think that this is used as a navigation or a gateway to somebody's bed by saying, well, I'm not, why would I push back against this? I'm going to delay me getting vagina. So of course I'm not going to turn down meeting the kids, because then I'm really in. And it's like, I can see that. And I've seen that on podcasts, talking with couples and all this, but I would say I'm not a secularist, meaning like I don't contribute to like advice of red pill much, right? Because they don't have good advice. A lot of them will say, well, do you want to go ahead and get your body count up? You want to become sexually compatible with people, all this other stuff. If you're going to meet the kids. Well, they're overlooking this whole conversation that we're talking about being a filter and all this. And society gets wrecked in the process because we're overlooking these very important semantics. And these conversations never get talked about. That's why I brought this up, by the way. So it's extremely important. And I think that
I'm okay with talking about it. I think as a single mom, I've been in all the positions that a single mom has been in. Being like, I was a young single mom, right? I had my daughter at 22, and I was a like pure single mom. Her dad and I were not even together by the time I found out. We had been together for 8 or 9 months prior to me getting pregnant with her, but we had broken up like right before I found out I was pregnant with her. Had her dad and I were never together, right? So she grew up knowing that mom's house is mom's house, dad's house is dad's house. And then I married. So then I have been a stepmom and a mother with being married and having a child within the marriage, and then divorcing. So then being a single mom outside of that. And I've hit all of the milestones of single motherhood. Like, I'm the best single mom you could ever ask for single momhood advice of what to do and not to do. I've been through all of it, been through everything. I've seen it all. I've done it all. Not all the bad stuff though, but I know and I recognize where the danger zones are. And I think that inevitably we should be more careful. And I think this is why we should actually kind of cherish our single moms a little bit more and be a little more fragile to them, whether they were divorcee single moms or baby daddy up and left
I can actually agree.
Single moms. I think we should be more fragile with them, because they are raising I think it's like 44% of mothers are single mothers.
That's our future.
That's literally half of your future is being raised by single mothers. Treat them fucking nice.
Yeah.
You don't want a bunch of bitter women raising your children, your future, right?
I mean, yeah, this is a whole.
I mean, what I'm saying though is like, at the very least, is respect the fact that they are incredibly defensive. They are mama bears. They hate men because most men that have come into their worlds have probably been assholes or hateful men or danger zone or red flag or whatever, and they've turned them down, turned them away, whatever, and then they turn into stalkers, they turn into creepers, they turn into I'm gonna fucking pop your top.
That depends, because a lot
listen to me, Marte. For every man that says, oh, I've got a crazy ex, oh, she slipped my tires, whatever, I've got a woman for every, he was abusive, he banged down my door, he threatened my kids' lives, XYZ. I've got one for every one you've got. So we own and acknowledge. But who is the vulnerable one in all of those stories?
Can I ask you a question?
Who is the vulnerable one? We already agreed. We already agreed at the beginning of this who the vulnerable one is.
Right. I agree.
If I threaten you, Mr. Marte, if I threaten, I'm going to come and beat the shit out of you right now at your house. I'm on my way. I know where your address is. I know where you live. If I threaten, I'm going to come beat the fuck out of you. Are you actually threatened?
No.
Okay. If you tell me the same thing, am I calling 911?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I have children in the matter and you threaten that shit on me, Now who's the asshole?
Of course. But
right.
Okay, we agree on this point. But I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think most single moms choose single motherhood?
No.
When it's unreasonable,
No.
when they should have worked it out?
Nope.
Why do you think that is?
No, I don't.
Why do you think? Why do you
Okay.
think? No.
You know
why
what? Here, let me give you the two examples that I have been through. Okay.
Gotcha.
Situation number one, I found out I was pregnant with my daughter. I had no idea, no fucking clue for like 2 whole months. And I was like, you're irregular at that time, blah, 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 blah. And then my friend's like, seriously, you're probably pregnant. I'm pretty sure you're pregnant. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not pregnant. Take a test. Holy shit, you're actually right. I'm fucking pregnant. I would have never thought that would have happened. Like, I just didn't anticipate it, blah, 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 blah. Daddy says, abort mission. I do not want this child. I do not want to be a part of this. I do not want any of this. XYZ, do not do this. I do not want a part of this. So do not want a part of this. I do not want a part of this. And I say, I can't do that. I considered even the idea of adoption, but I couldn't even fathom like the idea of that. But I'm like, I can't just abort mission, if you get my drift there. Like, I can't do that. So my option to him was, look, I'm going to have this child. You either be a part of it or you don't. It took 2 of us to get into this position. It's a matter of whether it takes 2 of us to get out of it, right? In terms of getting through it. Okay. I had my daughter. My daughter is she's 15 now. She's very insightful of who has been there for her life. I don't have to tell her. Okay. I didn't choose that. I didn't choose to be like, no, I just would totally want this by myself. I didn't want kids at all. Marte, I never wanted kids. Never. I didn't think I was going to be a mom ever. I never thought I'd be a good mom. Never thought I wanted to be a mom. Now I ended up choosing the second one, right? Like I was like, babies, give me all those babies, right? But like when I had my daughter, it was an oh shit moment. Like, oh my God, I was definitely not expecting.
I mean, we accept that risk every time we enter sex, right? We know.
Yes, I was in a long-term relationship, but the circumstances, I was not expecting a baby out of that circumstance. Okay. But a baby came out of it. Shit, whatever. God said, Sarah, I'm going to fucking straddle you down and I'm going to make you figure out what the fuck is going on with your life. And I said, okay, God, I'm listening. All right. My daughter, and she knows it. I've told her this 1,000,001 times. God gave her to me to be the fuel that lit my fucking fire. All right. She was my motivator. She was the reason I finished school. She was the reason honestly, she's the reason why I YouTube now. But she is just my fuel all fucking day long, and I couldn't be more thankful to have her. I'm here. And I support her. Like I've supported her athletic journey. I've supported her. She was diagnosed March 1st, 1 year ago today, with a terminal illness that will haunt her for the rest of her life. And I have been the one to financially, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, every fucking way you could provide for a child, right? Yeah. I will be her fucking rock because that's the only rock she has to cling to. Is daddy here doing all? No, he's not. So fuck him. Whatever. That part is his choice, right? Did I choose to be a single mom? No. I had sex with a companion who both of us knowingly engaged in an interaction that could produce a child, knowing that if you have said child, it's going to require accountability and responsibility. Guess who the fuck owned up?
Yeah.
Okay. I owned up to it. I took the heel and said, fuck yeah, all right, I've got this. I wasn't ready for it, but whatever, it's here. I'm going to take it on. Now, did I have a great support network with my family? Hell yeah. Friends, family, whatever, you name it. I had it. But at the end of the day, like I owned every single bit of this factor. I took full ownership. and I have rocked it for the last 15 and a half years. And my daughter is nothing but better for it. And I couldn't thank God more for the privilege to be able to be her mother.
So I hear you on your anecdotal experience, and I mean, it's valid. I certainly understand that. It's just, I did some research and I wrote a book. I'm not finished with it yet. Rachel Wilson's writing the foreword to it. It's called The Female Warrior Fallacy. But in doing this, I wanted to start off writing a different book, and it was regarding relationship dynamics. And I sat through 57 Maricopa Court County cases, and the majority of them were because it ended up boiling down to because they could do better financially. Then I started looking at statistics of women generating or initiating the divorces at a 70% rate, and it turns out that money was tied to a lot of disagreements in this. So it's like, the reason why I asked that, and I can understand you could be a part of the community where it's like you had no choice, you had to man up because this man wouldn't man up, so you had a woman up. I certainly understand that. But as far as the majority of cases, I believe wholeheartedly from what I've seen, and I can't really state this to be a fact, that it's mostly a choice.
Okay, I can disprove your 77% divorce rate as well.
Oh,
in
70.
the same 70, I think it's 77, but whatever it is. Actually, most men are trigger shy to pull the divorce card. Why? Because they're more complacent being in the situation that they are in, and inevitably push the woman to like where she kind of has to. So he's not holding his end of the bargain in a relationship, whatever that bargain may be. And so she tries. He continues to fail. She says, look, either be with me or don't. And he doesn't want to be with her, but he also doesn't want to pull the divorce trigger because why? It's cheaper to keep her. We all know that. It's sound and valid reasoning to why that saying is a saying. I am one of those statistics. I had to pull the trigger. My husband, although he's a great man, great stepfather, great father, great all of these other things, great friend, we're still great co-parents, love him to pieces. I will still forever fucking love that man. But he couldn't keep his dick in his pants. Okay. And after year one, I begged and pleaded, please don't do this. This is not okay. We already agreed that we were married Catholic with vows. We went through pre-Cana. It was a big deal. Like, no, this is not okay. Right. So not okay. Please don't do this. We're married. I love our family. Please don't fuck this up. Okay. Well, I won't do that. Then goes and does it, and 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 then goes and does it. And we're up to like year 5, I believe. And by year 5, I was like, okay, like I can only continue trying to fix this for so long, or to continue begging you not to do this, or begging for this, or begging for that, or whatever. Like, I'm trying to be a good wife. I'm trying to be here for you. I'm trying to be everything that you want. I'm literally like, we're still having sex. So why do you feel the need to have sex with other people? This is not an issue. I could see if I got like 300 pounds overweight and wasn't putting out or whatever, I could understand all of those things. But me, this is actually my heaviest, and this is post-divorce, right? Yeah. And this is me heavy. It's not that big, right? I still got a nice ass. All right. So inevitably, like, that's insulting, and not only to our marriage, but to our children, to our family. And most importantly, it's insulting to me. It's very disrespectful. We took these vows. Like we said we were going to be one together. We're like under God, so on and so forth. This was us. And then you have shat all over this for the last 5 years, even though I begged and pleaded. And the only reason he got like that extra few years was because fucking COVID happened. And you don't want to exactly divorce in the middle of an economical outburst of craziness that you have no idea what the fuck's going on. So
there's another part of this conversation that sounds identical to what you were saying. And this is how this goes.
Well, let me finish. let me
Yeah, go
finish
ahead.
the thought. So
Sure.
he got an extra 2 years because of COVID. And then I said, babe, like I can't. You are hurting me. This hurts, and I cannot continue to be hurt. You keep telling me that you're my husband and you want to love me and be here, but you're not loving me. Certainly you're providing, you're securing, whatever. That's one thing. That's one thing. But that is not the vows that we took under God. That we are Catholic, like we took these vows. And according to our Catholic religion, adultery is a big fucking no-go, and I'm not okay with it. And we agreed that neither of us would ever be okay with this coming into this marriage. So therefore, please just divorce me. If you don't want to be with me, if you want to fuck other women, please just respect me enough to let me go. He couldn't let me go. He couldn't let me go. I begged. I said, hold on, Billy, chill out. I begged. I know. I begged and I pleaded him, just divorce me, please. If you want to have these other women, I'm fine. That's fine. I'm not even mad at this point. Just divorce me and let me go. Why couldn't he let me go? Marte.
Okay, so here's my other end of the argument. So we noticed that women are graduating college at a 67% rate. There's also a stat that shows that when women make more than men, the chances of them leaving said relationship go at 85%. The other side of the conversation goes like this. It sounds identical to your conversation that you were having with your ex, and it goes like this. I need you to step up because you're not quite pulling your weight around the house financially. I need you to go ahead and pick things up. This is what happens.
He made 4 times as much as me. He was the breadwinner in our house. I was a stay-at-home wife. I
get that.
He was actually like I was actually kind of caught in the turmoil because I was finishing college while I was married to him, and we had our babies and all of these things. Like I was a stay-at-home mom with him. I had no options being with him. I was the submissive little housewife, cleaning and cooking and doing all I was in the perfect position that any woman would be in that case.
I'll ask you a question though. With the divorce rate rising and the graduation rate of women rising as far as 67%, and then the income of national women rising, do you think there's a correlation in the divorce rate rising as well too? Knowing that if a woman makes $100K a year, everybody that's a man that makes $80K a year just becoming invisible, do you think that there's any amount of correlation with any of this?
Well, I think I'll put it this way. Year 1 being married to my husband because I was still finishing school, and I quit my job because he wanted me to be the stay-at-home wife. I was pregnant with our son and all those things. When I found out he was cheating, my options were very limited. Where could I go? What could I do? What was I going to move back home with my dad 2 hours away? Like that would be, especially after my daughter was just starting kindergarten, right? After we had gotten married, my daughter was starting kindergarten. So I just enrolled her into a new school. She was already starting, like everything was kind of kicking off for her. We just got married. We moved up here, all of these things. What were my options? Like unroot my daughter from where she's at, remove my brand new son from his father. What the fuck were my options?
Exactly. Yeah.
What the fuck were my options? I was incredibly limited because that's the father of my child. Like, just because he's a shitty husband doesn't mean I'm going to remove his fatherhood too. And just because he's a shitty husband doesn't mean I'm going to remove my daughter from and uproot her and start her all over again. Like she's just now starting school for the first time, right?
Society, do you think this is happening societally though?
Well, bear with me for a minute because I went through that. I went through that for a solid 5 fucking years of I am stuck, and he fucking knows it.
Sarah, I want to say something.
Hold on a second, Billy. Bear with me because I'm on a rampage now.
You're on a roll. I love you.
But I was stuck, and he fucking knew it. He even said to me, "What the fuck are you gonna do about it? You gonna leave? Go be on your own? What the fuck are you gonna do about it?"
Yeah,
shitty man. Big fucking deal. He's a provider and a protector, though, right? He did his job. Hold on, Billy. Hold on, because I'm not done slamming the dunk here.
Yes, ma'am.
So essentially, he's a protector and provider. He's doing his job as a man, right? So I should just deal with whoever's fucking vagina he wants to stick his dick in. I should just deal with that. That's okay, right? I should just deal with it.
No, it's not okay.
That's what the red pill says is if a man is gonna cheat regardless, you should just acknowledge if he's a high value man, if he's a high value, which he was in terms of like he made a shit ton of money and he provided and he protected our household. I know you don't, but in that situation,
Billy, I would push back against that, but go ahead.
But in that
You push
situation,
back against what I'm saying?
that situation, what position?
I'm saying his money is irrelevant. I'm
In,
saying
in that situation, but Billy, look at this. Would you have to be willing to be a single mom with not a pot to piss in? And I had already been there before, and I knew it was a shitty place. I knew it was a shitty place. Been there, done that, and I knew my children deserved better. So is it easier in that moment for me to sacrifice 5 years of dealing with my husband cheating, actually more than that, but 5 years of my husband cheating on me over and over and over again for the sake of my children being rooted and set and physically taken care of, financially taken care of, and I knew that I can focus on them and their well-being, especially shut up, Billy, and listen. Especially in their younger years. This is the most vital years of their life. So am I willing to sacrifice my pride and my fucking marriage and our vows and everything that came with it? Am I willing to sacrifice that to make sure that my children were taken care of?
And the answer is yes.
Yes.
The answer was yes.
The answer was yes, and I did.
Yes.
And I did for a good.
I love you, Sarah.
I did sacrifice. It was a solid 7 years before I finally filed, and the only reason I filed at 7 years myself was because I begged him to go ahead and file on our behalf because it would be cheaper for him to do it through the system that he had.
It's done. Yeah, I agree.
But he refused to file. He refused to file. Nope, you are mine. I'm not divorcing you. We're going to live forever, and this is how it's going to be, blah, blah, blah. And he refused to fucking file. So what happened? I became part of that 70+% who had to file because he refused to do it, even though he was the one committing the adultery.
Yep.
And he was the one that was wrong.
Now, you know what adultery
He was
is?
wrong.
He was cheating
And
on
so,
you.
and he
was
refused to
cheating.
file. So shut up for a minute, Billy. You're drunk and interrupting and very rude.
Drunk? Well, I'm drunk.
So I was forced. I had to force the hand. I had to go find a lawyer. Now he had to pay for it and he knew it, but I had to go get a lawyer and file the paperwork because he refused to do it. And he still clung on, literally, because you have to, in Maryland, you have to be separated for a year before you can go forward with a divorce, right? And then, even then, you have to be willing to go in front of the court and say, yes, this is true. He tried to pull up some shit being like, well, we held hands because my son made us hold hands at one of our kids' ball games, right? And my youngest is obviously like mom and dad, or because we were separated by then, yada, yada, yada. But he tried to cling on to that to make our marriage last longer. What the fuck is wrong with this shit?
Yeah.
You want other vagina? Please leave me alone.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I'm saying, shut up, Billy. You're not relatable right now. So what I'm saying is, of that 70 whatever percent, how many more stories of those are you going to find? Because most women don't want to fucking file. We don't want to fucking do it. We don't want to fucking leave. but you do and do and do and do. And we are fixers, right? We are natural fixers. We will sacrifice the fucking shit out of ourselves in order to make a marriage work. We will say, let's shut up, Billy. We will go to therapy. We will do this. We'll suck your dick all day long. We'll try new outfits. We'll try kinky shit. Do you want to watch porn with me? We will try all, because you're our man and we want to keep you. We have pride issues there. Okay? We don't want to file. By the time you've made us file, it's already been at least 2 to 3 years of crazy fucking shit something that you've put us through that you're not willing to fix. So if I'm of that 70%, how many more of me are out there?
So how many guys want to lose half their shit though? Too?
Can I please speak?
It's
Billy,
cheaper
you know what?
to keep her, which is why the men don't file. This
I
is
wanna
why you
speak
say,
at
"Oh,
some
shut up,
point."
Billy." This is why you blame all the women and say, "Well, women are doing most of the filing." Well, it's fucking cheaper to keep her, asshole. Duh.
Look, I have good,
No
good
shit, Sherlock.
thoughts here. I have.
It is
Okay.
cheaper to keep her. Billy, go ahead. Say what you got to say.
I have great thoughts here. Look,
You go ahead.
Spit it
Let
out,
it
Billy.
go,
The
man.
floor is
Let it
yours.
go.
We're gonna give
Let
you.
it go,
We're gonna
man.
give you the floor. Go ahead, Billy.
With my mother and my stepfather. Okay, hey, live with them since. Okay. Okay, since
Fill it,
third
Billy.
grade, say 1978, 79. Guess what? And then we were, we were all grasped up. We're gonna
Sing it, Billy, louder.
Yeah, let it loose, Billy. Go ahead, man.
And I'm just saying, guys, don't try to trick yourself into others into thinking that a person is gonna love you until you really understand they're gonna love you, because that's the truth. And my mother got involved with her second husband in 1979, okay? And we moved to Round Rock, then we moved over to Andersonville, and guess what happened? Well, he ended up beating the shit out of her, and guess what? It was over.
All right, Billy. We've heard enough.
Well, he didn't really beat the shit out of her, but he hit her with the freaking. She bought him a. Hold on. He bought her a watch. It was a gold watch. I was like 10 years old. You got to think about this, because I'm 54 almost. This is 34 years ago. And I can remember this as a 10-year-old. Guess what? He bought my mother a freaking $150 watch. And that's a lot of money back then, okay? Gold watch, okay? And presented it to her. And she said, "Where did you get the watch?" And he was like, And guess what? He couldn't answer. And guess what? You know what he did? He took that watch and he slapped her on the fucking face of her face, my mother's face, right as I was watching. He took the watch and went whack like that, whack on her head, whack, like this, whack. Now, it's not going to kill you. It's not going to really damage you much. It's just a little gold watch, like, whack, whack, But it was like, and my mother is so dramatic. And when it hit her, it was like, and she went like that. And she went down. And she went down. Yeah, she went down.
And she filed
guess
for
what?
divorce a year later.
Yeah. And guess what?
Okay,
Guess what?
that's-
But I was 10 years old watching this. I was 10 years old watching this happen. 10 or 11. And I watched this, and you know what I told him? I said, stop. I told this guy, and you know what? The fact is, that guy is dead now. He's dead. This is my stepfather.
Did you help bury him?
And guess what? He is my brother's father. I have brother's father. And he's dead now. He died. He ended up working for the honest and truth. He ended up working for the United States Postal Service for many years. And my brother told me that he had so much money he made from that fucking job.
Mr. Marte, did you have some final thoughts before you head out?
I have no thoughts. I appreciate you letting me up and talk. So.
Dude.
Been
And
a
that
pleasure.
was like about 15,
Hold on, Billy.
years ago, but he gave
Billy,
me
hold on.
money,
Billy.
and
Billy.
and he died.
Billy.
One
Hey.
day I woke up
Billy.
and my mother said, "Guess what happened?"
All right, go ahead. Final thoughts.
Billy was having at it right there. Thanks for letting me up. I appreciate you speaking my mind. And actually, the whole Mike debacle was a whole other podcast in
We
itself.
got you situated though, and that's what counts.
He did. Neo's. I'm going to actually give Neo a follow because of that. It's all of us bodybuilders aren't, devoid of having intellect. I'm just going to put that out there. It's like we can actually function outside of a computer. I just need get ground.